parent of some mess.
Hi, thank you everyone for joining the council meeting for tonight. President Wentz we're having technical difficulties, but she will join us shortly. If we can stand for pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. The flag is behind Mayor Keffer. If everyone can unmute themselves.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the
flag
of the United States of America
and
and
to the
to the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible,
one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So if we could just have a moment of silence in honor of Veterans Day. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I will open the meeting with roll call. Councilman Tunis.
Here.
Michelle Billups is here. Councilman Silva.
Here.
Councilwoman Blackwell.
Here.
Councilman Bob Gwynn is excused. Councilman Burke.
Present.
Councilman Sadiq.
Here.
Councilwoman Faralia.
Present.
Councilman Barnett.
Here.
Councilman Wagner.
Here.
And Council President Wentz will join us shortly. So we're all present and accounted for. So we are also joined by our Honorable Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer, CAO Vincent Rangione, and our solicitor Sean Kilkenny, Courtney Richardson. We have a presentation today by the land developers this is our first, let me begin by the rules of meeting decorum. So Upper Darby Township Council and residents will maintain professional respect for each other. Council encourages free speech. However, civility is required, which would prohibit threats, profanity, scandalous, impertinent, and redundant comment, or any comment that the discernible purpose of which is to disrupt or prevent the conduct of business of the meeting. So our first presentation is preliminary Drexeline Shopping Center. The land development is here. So if you gentlemen and ladies can introduce yourself, and if council can mute themselves for right now, for a few minutes.
Good evening. Mayor Keffer, Council President Wentz, Councilman Burnett, Councilwoman Faraglia, Councilman Wagner, Councilwoman Blackwell, Councilman Gwynn, Councilman Siddiqui, Councilman Tunis Jr., Councilman Burke, Councilman Silva, and Councilwoman Billup, and all other township officials, including CAO Vince Rangione and members of the public. My name is Kenneth R. Schuster, Esquire. My attorney ID number is 37666. And I'm a practicing attorney in Delaware County, and I have a long history and affinity with Upper Darby, as I was born and raised there. I am pleased this evening to represent MCB Real Estate, LLC, along with my esteemed colleague, Mark D'Amico, Esquire, who has really taken the laboring oar in this development process. Present with me this evening in connection with the development of the Drexeline Town Center are Dave Bramble, Drew Gorman, Dan Schabel, principals of MCB Real Estate, along with Frank Russo, the architect, and Richard Gelber, another architect, John Hornig, the civil engineer, along with Robert Espina, from the Civil Engineering Department, and Mark D'Amico as well. This evening, you'll see a presentation concerning this mixed-use development, which is currently Drexeline Shopping Center. And I think what you're going to see in this mixed-use development is, number one, you're going to have a premier supermarket. You're going to have a Wawa and all the conveniences of Wawa, cheap gas, good coffee. You're going to have Creekside apartment living with all the amenities associated with that type of living. In all of this in close proximity to a SEPTA stop with convenient transportation to Philadelphia, media, and otherwise. This development's on top of the Blue Route, close to the airport, can take you to Philadelphia 95, wherever you want to go. But what I want to say in general, before you hear this presentation from the developers, is that at every step of the process here, this development team took into account and was very, very keenly aware of your comprehensive plan and all of the past, present redevelopment in Upper Darby Township. And you'll see that this development is consistent with Upper Darby's commitment to building a strong and thriving business community. You'll see that these developers engaged with township officials and residents to provide neighborhood solutions. You'll see that this development will reduce the tax burden on property owners. You'll see that this development capitalizes on the fantastic transit you have in Upper Darby. And you'll see that this development is reconnecting neighborhoods to this and other vibrant commercial districts in Upper Darby. So the goal here was to keep and keep in conformity with your comprehensive plan, and basically to reconnect your neighborhoods to safe, attractive, and sustainable neighborhoods and developments and commercial districts like this. So with that, I would respectfully ask that you permit the developers to proceed with their presentation. And at any time, should any council member, any official, or anyone have any questions, please feel free to interrupt us.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I think that's my cue.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Mayor Keffer, and to the council and to the citizens of Upper Darby for having us tonight. My name is David Bramble, and I am a co-founder and managing partner of MCB Real Estate. And if permitted, I'd like to share my screen. Am I okay to do that? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Can everyone see what we have up on the screen at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Drexeline Town Center.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to start just giving a little bit of background on us and how we came to this project. So as I said, my name is Dave Bramble. And, I'm the managing partner and one of the co-founders of MCB Real Estate, which we co-founded back in 2007 with my partner, Peter Pinkard. Over the last 13 years, MCB has built a track record of developing, redeveloping, owning, and operating retail, industrial, office, and mixed-use assets in major markets throughout the East Coast. We currently own a portfolio valued in excess of $1 billion, includes over 9 million square feet of commercial real estate, and we have about 2 million feet in development in multiple markets, primarily in the East Coast of Mid-Atlantic. Our partner on this project is the Hampshire companies, and Hampshire and MCB have been partnering on real estate deals for over a decade across multiple asset classes. Hampshire operates over 17.5 million square feet, has done billions in development, and currently operates an existing portfolio valued over $2 billion. Between MCB and Hampshire, we have deep redevelopment experience in multiple markets, lots of different asset classes, and MCB has several current projects which are similar in scale and style to what we're trying to accomplish here, what we'd like to accomplish here in Upper Darby, including our Yard 56 project, which is an example, was a dilapidated factory, contaminated site which we acquired in 2014. And we've delivered phase one retail there, a total project of 500,000 square feet, which will include office and residential. Our Northwood Commons project, also in Maryland, across from Morgan State University, where we're delivering a mixed-use project, including office and retail. And some of you may know the former Nabisco factory in Northeast Philadelphia, which we acquired and demolished, and we're delivering a Topgolf and other retailers. Already a Wawa there now that we've already delivered. MCB, I give you that background just to give you a sense of our ability and capability between MCB and Hampshire to execute a project of this scale and our interest. When we talk about this site in particular, when we approach a deal like this, MCB approaches a deal from two perspectives. One, what does the community need, and how does that match up with what we can actually deliver from a financial perspective and from a development perspective? And so we really look at the community and figure out what's the right deal for this location. And we do that not by making it up ourselves, but by spending time talking to community participants, the local authorities, interested commercial users and residents. And what we've discovered in our ownership period here, which now stretches back almost 5 years, is that this is a strong, close-knit community. This particular site is one of 2 major commercial sites to be developed that are effectively gateways to the township. And because of that, it requires extra special attention to how we create the story of redevelopment at these locations. This particular site, as you all know, has multiple linkages, multimodal linkages that allow for pedestrian access, vehicular access. As you know, we're trying to expand the bike and pedestrian access, and there's also rail at this site, and none of it really comes together the way it should. But it's part of what we want to accomplish in connection with this redevelopment. And overall, our plan is to try to create a town center that I think MCB can be proud of, and that most importantly, the residents will be proud of, and the community will be proud of, and that will really enhance economic value. The reality here is that we intend, if as our plan moves forward, to invest over $100 million in this town, which will absolutely enhance this site and create a project I think that we'll all be proud of for many years to come. Before I hand it off, I just want to give you a little bit of color on our ownership history here. We originally acquired this site back in 2016. We appeared before the Upper Darby Zoning Hearing Board in 2018, and our original plan was approved. Then that plan was appealed in July of that year. And then we were able to settle that appeal in November. But of course, as you all know, a lot of things have happened, intervened. And now what we're coming back to you with, we think, is an enhanced plan that goes even further than what was agreed to in the original settlement agreement back in November of 2018. And we think will deliver an amazing project. This project is all about a few things, and not the least of which is making sure we deliver a first-class grocery store and operation to Upper Darby, as well as a new town center, which really speaks to the connectivity that I think we all want to see between the creek, the SEPTA station, adding more green space. These are all things which we'll talk further about as we go through the presentation. So with that, we'll pass it off to my colleague, Dan Chabel, who will continue the presentation and talk in a little bit more specifics about what we're planning to do with the project. Dan?
Thanks, Dave. Tonight, just to kind of, we are seeking preliminary plan approval with an intention to come back at a later date for final plan approval, as well as a submission to Delaware County. As most people know about this project, it was never designed to be a building project. It just kind of sprung up over a period of time. Dave, if you can move to the next. So there are a lot of issues with this project in its current form. We just feel like the community, this is a gateway to Upper Darby, and really the community deserves much better. So we have certain things that we're trying to rectify, which we will go into a little later. But as you can see, there's 4 separate parcels. None of them work together. There's no cohesion. It's a sea of asphalt. Right now, it's 93% impervious surface. There's no stormwater management. We have a supermarket, which is a really kind of central piece of the community. And the facility it's in is aging. It's antiquated. The aisles are narrow. It's something that needs to be modernized. And one of the things that we're hoping to do, which we'll go into later, is to modernize this antiquated facility. The parking is poorly designed. It's around the periphery of the project. There's no real kind of sharing of parking. So that's one of the reasons why there's so much asphalt. There's poor circulation. Anybody who's ever entered into it knows how difficult and circuitous it is. You wind around. It's not well designed at this point. And then in addition, the ingress and egress is also poorly designed. There's no access from Route 1. We'll go into that a little later, but bottom line is the ingress egress really needs to be improved. And finally, the buildings themselves they're just not modern buildings. You have the PNC, you have a building that is it's perpendicular to the highway. It's just the thought that went into these buildings is not something that really gels together. And our goal, which we're going to go into the next slide, is to really use master planning goals to make everything work together.
Dave, you go to the next slide. Hi, my name is Drew Gorman. I'm with MCB as a senior consultant. Been involved in development for nearly 30 years. A good chunk of those, more than 25, have been in the Philadelphia region. And probably the most recent project I was involved with happened to be not too far away in media. When Dave and I started to look at this with Dan, we talked about all the deficiencies, which Dan really aptly described in the last slide. From a macro level, all the shortcomings of that plan. At a micro level, even the supermarket sort of reflects the shopping center itself. It kind of grew over time, but not really in a way that made sense. It's not a really well configured facility, and it lacks all the modern conveniences that it deserves and the community deserves. But I think if you really kind of link together some key words here that we were trying to accomplish in the master planning, one is cohesion, one is connectivity, one is convenience, and the other is aesthetics and an inviting environment. And so when you talk about cohesion, we really focused on how poorly the parking worked before and how to make the parking work in a functional way for the center and the retailers, and the customers, so that all could benefit from legible, understandable parking. We wanted to take advantage of the gateway location, the road network offered by state and township, but also the SEPTA line, the bus line, and even the pedestrian connectivities and offered by the site. And lastly, the trail that has become a focal point of many communities around, not just Philadelphia, but around the country, And we wanted to focus on that as well. And then lastly, as a community feature, we've added a community garden, again, to address a sense of place, which is offered daily by a supermarket, but also by the transportation node, by a community garden, by the trail itself, and by the proximity to the site of other residential, namely the apartments just to the east of us. So those were the kind of hallmarks of what our goals were. And as Dave aptly said, not the least of which is delivering a supermarket, which is the #1 community magnet in almost any development, but important not only here, but really important everywhere now, as we've seen in the last 8 or 9 months, as the need to deliver essential services and have a vital and vibrant supermarket to serve what has become an ever increasing demand for daily essential goods. So we're going to go into a little bit more detail on the component pieces as we go through the presentation, but I wanted to kind of hit those master planning goals. In terms of making the center more environmentally friendly, Dan's right. We were over 93% impervious. We had reduced that to 75% and now found a way to improve it down to 73%. So over a 20% improvement in the amount of green space, pervious area within the project, which is incredibly important if you're going to create an aesthetic and an environment that people want to engage in a daily way. This plan will offer the modern grocer, and the access to transportation, I think, is self-evident, with both more convenient access to SEPTA and more convenient and legible access for any bus patrons coming to the center, as well as vehicles, and as well as pedestrians and now bikes through the trail system. Dave, I think you can probably go to the next slide.
So that I had touched on it previously, but in terms of the circulation, there's no access from Route 1. With our transaction with Wawa, we're going to include a ingress from Route 1. The PNC drive-through right now, really it goes the wrong direction. So we are going to actually change the direction from counterclockwise to clockwise, and the traffic signal is going to be greatly improved. Right now, there are issues with anybody who's gone to the shop, right, knows that when you come from that parking lot, there's always a stacking issue, especially if it's a busy time. In addition, when you make a left turn, it's a little sketchy, so we're going to add a left turn lane. There are only 162 parking spaces for the ShopRite right now. Typically, retailers want as many spaces in front of their front door as possible, and so one of the goals is to increase the number and convenience of the parking spaces in front of the ShopRite. And as I touched on previously, the parking throughout the entire project is on the periphery. A lot of spaces are on the outside, and therefore, they can only be used for those uses at that time. But with better design, we can reduce the amount. We were able to reduce the amount of asphalt and impervious by using shared parking spaces. You still need to have enough for the supermarket, but we've been able to kind of create some economies of scale with the new design.
This, as I said, we would get back to sort of the individual pieces of the development, and that's what this slide attempts to do. This was a request made to see if we could more easily identify the pieces. So what you see here are what we call the components of the development. So it's very easy to look at the retail and the ShopRite. They're labeled as building A or buildings A on this plan. And the ShopRite is going from a 52,000 square foot store to approximately 75,000 square feet. So an increase of 50%. It's also going from what you would call a very oddly shaped store that expanded into small shop space over time to a modern facility with a very conventional layout. The second component here was to create better parking. Dan talked about it. There's the parking labeled as B, serving the retail, serving the ShopRite in the main parking field, serving the retail in front of State Street at the building that faces State Street at the north end of the ShopRite. North is State Street on this plan, and then also we were able to create better and additional parking to serve the residential component behind the residential as well as underneath the residential. So that's over on the far east side of the plan. We wanted to create the linkages we had talked about, and I'm going to hit that in another slide that actually shows them in much better detail. So we'll sort of put a pin in the discussion of the linkages and hit them later on. Dan mentioned that we wanted to renovate and reconfigure the PNC Bank. So as I said, that entire building will be torn down, but for the PNC Bank, PNC will be remodeling. We'll be remodeling the exterior and repositioning the drive-throughs, and so you'll continue to have a modern bank facility there. The building behind the PNC is the storage from the original zoning plan. And then building F is the convenience, the Wawa to the west end of the plan. We've labeled H, which is the access, which is sort of the improved access to the transit. And this comes in two forms. First, we've been able to shift the building labeled as G, which is the residential building. We've been able to shift the location of the prior building there to the north towards State Street to open up more access behind that building. And we also created a very strong, and I'll get to that in the linkage slide, as well as some of the other pedestrian and vehicle linkages. But you'll see where we've created a very strong, safe pedestrian access ways from the residential to the east, from State Road across the site to access the trail. We wanted to make the center more environmentally friendly, so that we talked about the community garden to the west. We talked about the additional green space, which I think is very readily visible in this rendered plan. And then we also we talked about the bike trail. And then lastly, we still have in the storage building, we're showing the relocation, if you will, of a police substation back to the project. So these are kind of the main components that we kind of wanted to cover in the plan, so that when you looked at the plan, you had a field of reference as to where they are and how they fit together. One of the other takeaways from our earlier meetings in the last few months with the mayor and her group, as well as Michael Gallant, is to attempt to figure out a better way of embracing the creek. How to one, give enough buffer to the creek, and two, create better linkages to the creek and make it a real amenity. And so what this plan was able to do was move the buildings away from the creek, move the buildings in a way that you could more easily access the septic station. It allowed us to come in, and we'll cover that later, and add green space and additional impervious area, and create the kind of linkages we were talking about, so that not only the pedestrians who wanted to access it, but anyone who was using the trail could easily come into the center as well.
Good evening. My name is Richard Gilbert. With Frank Russo, my principal architect at Bergman Associates, we are the architects and structural, mechanical, electrical engineers for the project. And along with MCB and Bowler Engineering, we've been involved in the project since the beginning of the work at the site and the presentations to Upper Darby Township. While we've been involved for a very long time, we are actually just starting our redesign work for the new plan. Most of the team's effort has been involved in getting the site plan components and making sure as best we could that the plan met the expectations of everyone at the township. However, I did want to point out that there are key design elements that we are going to use as the criteria for the basis of our work that were worked out and approved by the township with the original design. The first, of course, is a strong mix of complementary uses, including the retail along State Road and next to the supermarket, and especially the ShopRite market itself. The PNC Bank, the self-storage, the Wawa, and the residential at the eastern side of the site, and in relation to the existing residential buildings, which are apartment buildings that have been there. Secondly, as Drew has pointed out, connectivity, walking trails, very clear pedestrian circulation, public circulation between the bus stops along State Road to the SEPTA stop on the other side of the site, from the existing apartment buildings along the sides of the new apartment buildings to the retail, and most importantly, to the supermarket. Number three, along all of these walking trails and sidewalks, there are small sitting areas, there are green spaces where people can relax, where people can catch their breath or just enjoy the fresh air as they're walking through the project. Number four, it's very important to us, and we know to Upper Darby Township, that this town center abide by the master plan criteria, which is looking for an architecture and a scale of materials which are harmonious and cohesive amongst all of the buildings. We are looking in this slide at our very first and very preliminary artistic view along State Road. You see right in the middle of this image is the ShopRite supermarket and retail. In the distance is the apartment building, PNC Bank, very clearly the ShopRite in the center. Self-storage behind the PNC, and not in this image is the Wawa, which has been redesigned with Wawa's permission to use materials that are harmonious with the other buildings in the property. Finally, in this drawing, you see the pedestrian trail along Darby Creek, and working with the township, we have widened this trail to an 8-foot width from the previous design 5-foot width to improve its use and enjoyment. Thank you.
Dan?
Dan, this is the approved zoning plan. We wanted you to kind of highlight. This is what went through the zoning. Dan?
Yes, we, so when we originally presented to the zoning hearing board, we had a different plan. Obviously, the world has changed slightly. We had a 70,000 foot super office building. due to COVID and various other circumstances, the office building just is not feasible anymore. So we basically scrapped that idea, and we went with a smaller building of about 10,000 feet, 14,000 feet in the front of the ShopRite. In addition, we had a number of parking spaces along the creek, and we had an existing building that was fairly close to the creek, and the apartments that were literally oriented kind of either towards the existing apartments or the ShopRite. So once we did have some connectivity, but as we discussed the matter with the mayor and Vincent and various other parties, we came to realize that we could improve the plan, and so we kind of went back to the drawing board on some of these issues and formulated the new plan.
And this is the rendered version of the same plan you've seen in a couple of different slides tonight that we'll get through an enumeration of the exact changes, but this is the plan that actually has added more green space, has created an apartment or configuration that achieves some of the goals that allowed us to add the green space and pull parking away and so forth. But I think the next plan is the plan that I think shows nicely in red and blue here, the linkages in the green area. So what you're looking at here is that same plan with the sidewalk and pedestrian access ways highlighted in red, and the trail connection, community garden access, so forth in blue, and the green and then obviously the green area is part of the impervious. What we were able to do when challenged to go back and look at a couple of these areas is we were actually able to significantly improve the pedestrian linkages as well as the vehicular linkages. So, for example, we have maintained the vehicle passageway to our next door neighbor to the east via Woodlawn, and that access point will remain open, as will the access point to the north of it closer to State Road. So vehicle traffic can go back and forth. It's a much more, it is more constrained, but still available for cars to go back and forth behind the apartments, between the apartments and the garage. But we've created some traffic calming to slow that traffic down and make it more conducive to interaction with pedestrians. And then you'll see that we've actually created sidewalks that pick up from the sidewalks coming from the residential to the east and get people safely to the SEPTA station or safely into the shopping center itself and over to the ShopRite should someone choose to walk. And then from State Road where the buses are, you can see a pathway of safe sidewalk area that takes people from the north side, State Road, to the south side, the creek and the SEPTA station, with minimal crossing of driveways. And so that was very important to us. We created the same linkages from the PNC over to the retail and around the retail and coming back around to the ShopRite. So if you were to look at the original slides showing the existing conditions, you would have seen that anyone trying to do this traversing across the property would have been taking their life in their hands in many instances due to the lack of sidewalk area, the oddly configured parking, and frankly, the blind spots created by lots of buildings that were not designed in a unified at a unified time with a cohesive plan at its underpinnings. So this is this slide I think shows better than some of the rendered slides. So we wanted to make sure you saw how all the pedestrian linkages worked. I think John from Boulder is going to kind of walk you through some of the changes from the previously approved plan to the current plan.
Hi, everybody. John Hornick from Bowler. Roberto Espina is with me as well from Bowler for this meeting. So a lot of this has kind of been said already so far, but I'll just kind of really hone in on a few details. There were a few key items that we wanted to address based on some very productive feedback discussions with the township staff so far. One was enhancing the greenery, the green space along the creek. One was trying to find a way to widen the trail along the creek. Previously, we had it designed as 5 feet wide, but the desire was to see if we couldn't widen it to something like 8 feet wide to allow the possibility of, say, people with bikes as well as walkers. We wanted to try to find a way to take the apartments and take advantage of the opportunity of expanding the green along the creek and get the apartments in some kind of proximity to that creek, both for people to be able to walk to it easier and to just be able to see it more easily. And then also in general, as Drew just said, to try to optimize the pedestrian connectivity. So the first thing that we did was take a look at that apartment building. In the previously submitted plan, the apartments were essentially just a long rectangle that paralleled the northeastern property line. There's an existing building there today that would be partially demolished, some of it to remain, and then new apartments added. What we've done in this new plan is to remove the entirety of that building, revise this, what was sort of an L-shaped configuration before is now fully apartments. So there's a wing of the apartments that actually comes down closer to the creek. But by starting from scratch in this part of the site, we're also able to shift the building slightly away from the tracks to provide a better, more efficient parking field between the apartments and the septic station, which by doing that has more parking in close proximity to the train for anyone using the train, as well as people using the apartments. That allowed us to go along that creek and remove a fair amount of parking spaces that were really hugging the creek before, sort of off to the west, that was sort of in between the shop right in the apartments, but really hugging along the creek and not in very good proximity to any building. So that allowed us to remove some parking spaces from an area that wasn't desirable. That allowed us to tighten up the pavement and the drive area along the southern boundary of the site, which allowed us, we were able to provide an 8-foot wide trail now, and we're able to provide more green along the creek. And then we have I'd say a more optimized sidewalk connectivity, especially from the apartments now. It's more of a direct path for people to be able to walk right over to this trail. And then that provided, again, a connectivity, not only from the station throughout the project, but also up the eastern side to the adjacent property next door, where today, if people want to walk from here to there, they have to cross just open seas of asphalt and parking lots. So those were kind of the main features that we were able to update on this plan to really hit those items.
Before Dan says that, John hit on a few things that I think are important, and some of them are subtle, but even the shifting of that building that allowed more parking, not only allowed more parking behind the apartments and they're available for the septic station, but it also created a better circulation pattern for vehicles and pedestrians. We've talked about the linkages for pedestrians, but vehicles can now, if they wanted to access the apartments to the east, circulate either direction safely and legibly around that single residential building as opposed to what existed before. So when as I said, these things are subtle, but just creating additional green space and buffering away from the creek produced about 3 or 4 different benefits to the plan that we would have been lost forever had we not had this chance to go back and take a look at them. So again, we can't thank everyone for the input we've gotten on this plan so far. It has yielded a much better plan.
So we have a number of outstanding approvals, many of which are regarding dealing with the various issues that arise for having a development near the creek, near a number of bodies of water. We did, and I'll go into it a little more in detail later, but we have received our PennDOT highway occupancy permit, and we have a number of permits that we will be receiving from DEP, or at least applications we've made to DEP, many of which are in combination with other outside agencies. The Joint 105, which is combined with the Army Corps. We have an individual MPDS, which basically is because we've had some environmentally impacted areas. We have to go through DEP and provide a plan of how we're going to deal with soil that had been impacted. We have to get a FEMA CLOMR, which is a map revision, but that also is something that DEP requires of us. We are also getting our sewer module, which is a multi-step process, starting with Upper Darby, going to Darby Creek, Delcora, Philadelphia Water Company, and eventually DEP. And then finally, we have the Upper Darby land development approvals that we're seeking tonight, where we're seeking preliminary approval of the site plan.
I just want to be clear. This is Sean Kilkenny, Township Solicitor. There'll be no actual vote for approval tonight. I was texting with Council Mr. Schuster, and what we'll do is we have a draft land development resolution in form. We will forward it to you for your review, referencing our comment letters, comments from council, possible improvements to this plan. But we're not recommending any kind of approval tonight, just to be clear.
Understood. We were just presenting for preliminary approval. We understood we were not going to receive the approvals tonight. So appreciate you clarifying, Mr. Kilkenny. I believe that I'm going to pass this over to, we can go to the next slide, and I'll pass this over to John Hornick to talk about the various waivers that we require.
Yes, so we do require a few waivers here. We have a total of, I believe it's 8 or 9 waivers. 4 of them relate to landscape screening. So first thing that's important to note today, the property essentially has 0 landscape screening around certain perimeters. The county saldo requires a 5-foot wide screen of landscape buffering or screen that's either buffering or something like that of 6 feet tall, where it's adjacent to residential uses or adjacent to properties of a different zoning district. So this would apply along our northeastern property boundary against the Drexeline apartments, and also the small portion that abuts the SEPTA rail, because opposite that is also a different zoning district. So today that buffer width is 0 and there is no planting at all. What we are seeking to do is provide the buffer and provide the screening wherever we can. And the places that we can't are because we're providing sidewalks within that, along those property line edges, for the connectivity to the Drexeline apartments and for connectivity to the SEPTA station. So those are the gist of the waivers with respect to landscaping. One of them is with respect to perimeter building foundation plantings. So this would be, it's a requirement for a quantity of plantings based on linear footage of a building face. And, you know, the majority of commercial uses, for example, a Wawa, they don't put plantings against the building because that's where the customers are walking to get in and out of a store. So on this one, it's really just a matter of location. We'll provide all of the quantity of plantings, just not at the buildings themselves, but we will disperse them around the site. There's one that speaks to screening around loading areas. And this is really just because we received zoning relief to allow some uses to have loading areas visible from streets. And really, it's primarily the Wawa building has a parking space for its truck that is visible from the street. And if, you know, it's right at the corner where to provide an 8-foot tall barrier or screen right at the most visible corner of the property probably doesn't make sense. But again, we're increasing the amount of landscaping compared to what it is today. Few other waivers are with respect to things like streets and driveways. The 2 streets that front our property are both PennDOT roads. So we have to design our driveway connections based on what PennDOT will require from us. So there's a couple waivers that are needed because of what we have to do to comply with PennDOT. But again, these are conditions that we are bettering from what's existing out there today, not making it worse. And then the last one really is there's a requirement for a stream buffer along the creek. Today, that buffer is 0. There's a minimum requirement of 10 feet, which again, we are providing that and more everywhere except for where we have to put the trail. So those essentially are the waivers we are seeking.
And so wanted to just briefly touch on the traffic. Our prior plan that was presented to the zoning hearing board had a 70,000 foot office and various other items. We had a traffic impact study completed in November 2017. Based upon that traffic impact study, we were able to receive our highway occupancy permit on August 31st in 2020. We gave the new plan to our traffic expert, traffic planning and design. They did an analysis, and you know the analysis is on the right side of your screen. Bottom line is the new plan creates has less of a traffic impact than the prior plan from which we received our HOP.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, that was a lot of information. Hopefully, we're coming to an end here. Wanted to just address timing, which is really critical. In order for us to execute this and get this thing out of the ground, we are obviously seeking to start construction in April of next year. And that timeline is critical because there's only a certain amount of time at which the grocery store can close during the year because of the ebbs and flows of how a grocery store operates. So at this point, our goal is to try to start construction in the spring of next year, and aggressively work through this time frame so that ShopRite can open in the fall of 2022, with the balance of the project opening between the fall of 22 and sometime early in 2023. This schedule is, as many of you know, this project's been a long time coming. We've been involved in this thing for 5 years. We've spent many millions of dollars, and we're looking to increase our investment and bring this to a conclusion. And in order to do that, we really need the township's help and cooperation. And I have to say that, you know, we do a lot of these projects all over the place. And we were really pleased with how, working with the township, we were actually able to improve the plan. A lot of times you end up fighting with the township and not getting a better plan. In this instance, we think this plan is significantly better than what we were working with previously. We think it's imminently executable, and we're really excited and enthusiastic about hopefully getting preliminary and then final approval from the council and getting underway with this project as soon as we possibly can. With, again, the note that this April 21 start date is really critical to the existing timeline. So Ken, I'll pass it off to you. Do we have Ken?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So does that conclude the presentation?
That concludes the presentation, and we thank you for listening. We know it was a lot, but this is a big deal for us and for Upper Darby, so we appreciate the time, and we appreciate your patience and your willingness to work with us and continue the conversation so we can get this project going.
Ken,
So are there any
David,
questions?
I would suggest you turn it over to Council President Wentz to see if there are any questions from her or council.
Yes, thank you. For having a lot of time on.
We can't.
You're going in and out.
Having a hard time hearing you, Laura.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So I'll take over. So does anyone have any questions for the presentation? Anyone from council?
Yes.
I do,
Michelle.
Ready there?
Can I stop sharing your screen?
Oh, yes.
David?
Yeah, let me do that.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Councilwoman Blackwell has, and Councilwoman Blackwell is first, and I see you, Councilwoman Wagner, and then Don Bonnet. Yes. Go ahead, Councilwoman Blackwell.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It is much appreciated. I just have two questions regarding elaboration. One is regarding the economies of scale. So there are several different economies of scale, internal and external. With the internal and external economies of scale, I'm wondering, are you referring to, or just for the public clarification, is it internal, technical, specialization, marketing, or financial? If you can elaborate on that. And then I have heard that this is a gateway to Upper Darby. Is that correct? So with the gateway of Upper Darby, what I would like to suggest is that we can install a nice sign, a nice escape sign to say, "Welcome to Upper Darby."
No.
Okay, thank you.
Dan, you want to comment on the economies of scale?
I think Councilman Blackwell expanded beyond my technical capabilities in terms of the types of economies of scale. But you just from a layman's perspective, I believe that what we did, and I think that from the plan that we had initially at the zoning hearing board, took one step, and then when we spoke to the mayor and CAO and the various other members of the council, I think we were able to improve the economies of scale so that we were able to increase the green space. I mean, we went from 93% impervious down to 73% impervious, and we were able to basically improve the parking so that we have less impervious and it's still code compliant. And one thing that people sometimes overlook, we've gotten to the point now where sometimes retailers want a little more parking
Okay,
than what the code requires. So we've had to balance everything between accommodating the retailers so that they had enough parking so that they could accommodate sufficient vehicles for a 75,000 foot store, put it in the correct place, yet still share some of the parking and make it more efficient for the apartments, and as well as in terms of the PNC. We changed the drive-through, and therefore we basically were able to consolidate a lot of the parking, and then that gave us the ability to do things like add the green space and expand the walking path.
thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I would only add maybe one or two comments to what Dan just talked about. The concept of multi-use, mixed-use development offers in itself a economy of scale, both internal and external, to be more direct to your question. Internal in the sense that you're maximizing or optimizing a piece of land for multiple uses that in turn, when put together correctly, have economies of scale in shared parking, shared facilities, the whole concept of a live, work, play community. And in this case, live, work, play, and multimodal, since you have bike, pedestrian, bus, train, and vehicle traffic.
What are we going to do about the dogs? Will there be dogs also? I'm just curious.
We're okay with dogs. We like dogs. I have a morning routine with mine that cuts across our neighborhoods and takes advantage of the trails in our neighborhood too. So absolutely, all these things come together. But what happens is you're putting in one set of parking spaces that are getting used at various times of the day, and you're reaping the benefit of that.
Okay,
In the daytime, the residential parking is going to be available for SEPTA users.
okay,
And those are the kind of economies you can reap when you develop a multi-use plan, as opposed to a retail-only plan, a residential-only plan, a office-only plan, and an entertainment plan. If you can put them all together, that's how you achieve an economy.
thank you. Thank you.
you.
And what about the landscape stone that says, "Welcome to Upper Darby"?
Dan?
You're on mute,
You're on
Dan.
mute.
Done. We'll comply.
Yeah, we can certainly provide there's, I think right at the corner, what I
Right.
was describing a minute ago,
Okay.
we can do something there to enhance that corner with a combination of landscaping and, if a sign is the thing, we can look at that, sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilman Wagner.
Thank you. This is great news. This is just absolutely terrific news. I had a grandson born this year, and next to that, this is the best thing I've heard all
Congratulations, Don.
long. And it's just great for the entire township and our entire community. I want to say thank you and congratulations to all of you who are involved with this developer. The revitalization of this project has been long overdue. It is sorely needed. Thank you for doing it. Welcome back to Upper Darby. We hope you're here to stay. And I want to say to all of my esteemed colleagues on the town council, all of us, we really need to just come together and make this happen. And I'm going to hope that we can avoid obsessing over the details of it. There are professionals involved in this project who know what they're doing clearly. So I think we need to avoid that. We need to keep any political considerations on either side or any side out of it completely and just support this. So thank you very, very much.
Agreed. Councilman Barnett.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have quite a number of issues to discuss this evening. My first question, fundamentally, how did we get to the point where there's such radical changes in the eastern side of this proposed development. It's to the developers. What was the process?
You mean the process that we just described? You're talking about why did we?
Not why did we do it? I know why we did it. You did it. What was the process to get to this point? Because I consider some of these changes, particularly with the number of residential units you're adding, which I will comment right now, went from 142 to 190 units. That's a 34% increase in residential units. So how do we get here?
Well, I mean, I think we spent the last, hour talking about how we got there. Basically, what we wanted to do is we wanted to create better connectivity. We wanted to make the residential work better. We wanted to eliminate, some of the issues we had surrounding the plan with respect to, adding more green space. And so all those different things that we just described is sort of how we came to that decision.
We had to react to a major change in the world and the marketplace. I mean, office today is you can look at almost every headline and watch office is under great pressure, and that key component of the plan and the density associated with it, had a use and a home elsewhere in the project.
Right. One thing, for full disclosure, I sit on the Planning, Zoning, Building Code Committee with council members Gwynn, Billups, and Tunis. And we had the opportunity to receive this presentation last Thursday evening at the committee level with attendance of the mayor and the chief administrative officer. So I had I guess almost a week to put my thoughts together on how to react to the presentation this evening. I fully agree with Councilman Wagner. We need to find a way to make this project move along on the proposed schedule. It's desperately needed. We cannot allow the vacancies to exist and the deplorable appearance that it creates at the current Drexeline Shopping Center. So I'm certainly committed to work towards that goal. But the point, back to my question, is getting to this point, there must have been some level of discussion with the township. What transpired in that regard? I don't care if the township answers that, maybe the mayor, Vince, maybe you could answer that, or the developer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to take a crack at it. There have been a series of meetings with different groups among the engineers for MCB and our township engineers. There were a few meetings where some of the occupants of the shopping center, the operator of the ShopRite, for example, was present and hosted a few of the meetings. There was one meeting where some of the state level representatives participated, Reps Zabel and Senator Carney. So there have been a series of meetings with the developers and the design professionals, as well as the township staff, that led to these changes.
Right,
and we also, in the intervening time, we had the county comment letter and the comment letter from our township engineer, Mike Galante, that MCB and their engineers from Bowler really did a great job of addressing and reacting to. So the partnership has really come a long way. Probably would have happened faster, but for the pandemic, just like everything this year. So yeah, I think that's probably the quickest way to describe it.
Well, I appreciate you knowing that. I have a number of comments, but I do have one criticism. And that criticism is, and as you said, you've met with our state legislators, both our senator and our state representative. You met with tenants that will exist in the new development, namely Pat Burns, who owns the supermarket.
Yes.
But the chief and sole body that has right of approval of this development is the town council. And as far as I know, and I happen to be the first district representative on council who represents the district where this is proposed to be located. And I had no knowledge that this was being planned. These changes were being planned. So I have to criticize the development team, and I guess the administration too, for not including me or any other members of council, particularly the Planning, Zoning, Building Code Committee, which has, again, the council has the sole responsibility, and only the council has responsibility to approve the land development. So getting that criticism out of the way, I want to move on to some other comments. Let's talk a little bit about the residential units. You heard me say that we went from 142 units, and correct me if I'm wrong in that number, and we're moving to 190 units. That's an increase of 48 units or 34%. What is the proposed breakdown of bedrooms? How many 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and possibly 3 bedrooms?
At this point, we're in the process of re-looking at the segmentation study. The predominant bedroom type numbers in the prior plan had been efficiency studios, with den 1 bedrooms, but we don't have the exact configuration in terms of a segmentation count at this point.
Well, I would certainly advise that you have that by the time we are presented with the need to approve this.
That's
Would you be able to
we
do that?
anticipate that being completed by then.
All right, thank you. The proposed apartments and the footprint of the building as proposed went to one rectilinear structure to an L-shaped structure. At this point, it looks as though it is going to, the footprint of the proposed structure is literally going to take out all the existing commercial, including Anthony's Restaurant. Is that true?
This configuration eliminates, the older configuration eliminated part of that commercial. This does eliminate all that commercial along there.
Okay, what happens again to the restaurant, the Anthony's Restaurant?
Anthony's Restaurant has a lease in place until the middle of 2021. We, in order to accommodate the reconfiguration and address the green space and other concerns raised in the engineer and the county's letter, we chose to make the reconfiguration. Anthony's operates, as everyone knows, a restaurant, but also a very large banquet facility. That type of business has been severely impacted across the United States by COVID. And so at this point, we're in a discussion to try to figure out if there's a way to accommodate Anthony's in a smaller, more post-COVID format. But as you can imagine, these are incredibly large investments for both us and an individual restaurateur. And so we've had preliminary discussions, but nothing has been finalized as yet.
I want it to be noted that Anthony's is a very important restaurant in Upper Darby Township in Drexel Hill. It serves a broader community. It reaches out into the residents of not only the far reaches of Upper Darby, certainly Drexel Hill, Haverford, Springfield, and communities beyond. It's a much appreciated restaurant. It's a meeting place for us locally. It's the closest restaurant to the residents of Drexel Hill of the restaurant of that type. And it's very important that that be considered in the final plan included here. Again, we have a plan that's approved by the zoning hearing board. What is, and I'll ask our solicitor, Mr. Attorney Kilpatrick, Kilkenny, excuse me. Sean, what do you think is in fact the effect of the current zoning order on this proposed plan?
Sorry. Thank you very much, Councilor Bonnet. I looked at the zoning order. I spoke to Council Mr. Schuster. I asked him to provide me an analysis if he thinks that the current plan comports with the zoning relief that has already been granted, and if so, why. He said he's going to forward that to me in the next couple of days, and I will review it. discuss it with Mr. McSween and Mr. Galante and make it, help. It's ultimately Mr. McSween's determination. But as soon as I get that correspondence, I'll be happy to share that with Council President Wentz, and she can distribute it to council if she likes.
Thank you for the comment, but I don't see how a plan that was approved at 140, and by the way, the residential units on this property are there by variance. A variance for 142 units was provided. How can we then say a apartment complex of 190 units complies with the zoning order?
Well, I'll see what Mr. Schuster says. I'll review it. If they need additional zoning relief, they're going to have to go back to the zoning hearing board. It is what it is.
Well, my interest is that however we achieve approvals for this, we do it legally in accordance with both state and local laws. And if it needs to go back, I suggest we make an accommodation to get it there quickly and get it in front of the zoning hearing board with a great deal of support from our council and the administration, hopefully.
Yep.
There is another element of this that needs to be brought into play, and that is the community. There's been, and we've been hearing about this forever, it seems, since it's been delayed, and my opinion, unnecessarily, from the original zoning order when it was issued back in May of 2018. It's believed that this project should have been under construction a long time ago and would have been, but we are where we are. And at this point in time, if we need to get this in front of the zoning hearing board to legally approve this, meet all the requirements of both state and local laws, let's get it there and let's get it approved. But I do believe the community is going to have a lot to say about this. And I hope that, and I understand, and it's been asked and answered before, that we're going to have two more two more presentations, one for a preliminary land development approval and one for a final land development approval. And I believe that they will take place likely in December and January. If that is the case, I think we ought to keep them on track and try to dispense with any of the other approvals necessary in the meantime to get us there. So we are in a position of approving this project. But I do believe, and I have heard comments over the last week because I made sure that we got some of this information circulated publicly about the proposed plan. And I've been getting a lot of input, and there's a lot of people that do not look favorably upon the additional residential units. One of the things that we're concerned about is how it impacts the school district. The school district is already overburdened with students. They are suffering from the lack of space. They're trying to make accommodations about that. But right now, depending on the bedroom makeup, if it's all 1-bedroom units, that's a big difference from 2- and 3-bedroom units. 2- and 3-bedroom units allow for families to move in with children that could add to the student population dilemma of the school district. So that's why I am particularly interested in learning what the makeup of the proposed apartment complex will be. By the way, how close is the apartment complex, the L leg of it, to the creek?
John, can you respond to that, since you might have an engineer scale in your pocket?
That'll hold up to my computer monitor. It's about, I'll say about 120 feet from the bank, the top of the bank of the creek.
Top of the bank, thank you. Again, I alluded to this or mentioned it. The next, for the benefit of the community that's listening in, we will have 2 other meetings. I would expect that we will have the opportunity to have public input at those meetings. I ask that we, as a council, demand that and set up the opportunity for people to participate. Much like the zoning hearing meetings are run, where people can speak live to an issue. I think it's very important to give the community the opportunity to voice opinions about the proposed project. That's all I have at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Barnett. Councilman Okay, Council,
CAO.
CAO Vincent.
Thank you, Councilwoman Phillips. I just wanted to say quickly, I don't want to make a big point about this, but for months, when members of council or members of the public asked about the Drexeline development, I always did give them an update and let them know that there were ongoing meetings and discussions. So that was something that was talked about repeatedly throughout the year at public meetings. Number two, as Councilman Bonnet mentioned, this plan was given to the zoning committee over a week ago. This is the first public presentation in advance of what will be a preliminary approval vote and then a final approval vote. So substantial notice and opportunity for public comment and interjection, has been and will continue to be provided here. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Right, and if I may add I do have one more comment, one more point to make, that should this have to go back, and I don't see how it can avoid not going back to the zoning hearing board, it creates another public forum, another opportunity for the community to have input.
Thank you.
I just want to indicate for the record that we will provide sufficient documentation from an engineering perspective, from a legal perspective, with supporting case laws and court orders that establish the right to proceed without additional zoning.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Councilman Siddiq, I think you had a question.
Oh, I already get the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilman Silva?
Thank you, Council Secretary. Actually, I'm sorry, in comparison, my question's probably not as, but I guess I was just more concerned about the density of the green space along the creek. Is this going to be like a very, my thinking is with this new proposal, like you've created a lot of walking area. I was wondering if it would also create in the green space more of a kind of more like a common area. I know too that there's also flooding concerns along the creek area there, like currently behind the what's the existing pool parlor. I was wondering if that then would require like a real dense tree amount of trees there for the green space, or do you feel like it could be enough where people could somewhat congregate?
John, do you want to comment on the?
Yeah, I'll start with the flood part of it, because that's a very good question. So obviously with the creek running along the back of the site, there is a 100-year flood zone that today is actually on part of the property, especially behind the billiards building. As part of the redevelopment, we're going to be pursuing a permit with FEMA. That's a certified letter of map revision. It's often called a CLOMR. And we're essentially going to be regrading the site so that any areas where there's new buildings, parking and that sort of thing are going to be raised up. In any areas that are today within the flood zone will be out of the flood zone. So the flood zone will be more so confined to the creek bed or the stream bed as it is. So that will be an improvement where it will not flood up onto the parking lot anymore like it does sometimes today. So that's with respect to flooding, is we're going to be elevating up the developed portions to be out of that flood zone. And then with respect to community areas, I believe there's a small feature that was alluded to earlier in the presentation, but one of the things that was desired that we are providing is a small community garden in a portion of the green space down by the creek. It's down near the Wawa. So that is an element that is in the plan.
Okay. Thank you. But I look forward to, I don't know. I've lived here a little bit, so I remember sort of it does seem like it would be a lot more cohesive than what we've grown used to. So I'm excited to see how this thing pans out. But thank you very much.
Anyone else have any other questions?
I do.
Okay. Council President Wentz.
Thank you. So sorry again can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I had to switch to my tablet, so that's why my image is a little funky. So thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sorry I missed part of it in technical snag. So if I do ask a question that you've already answered, I apologize for that in advance. I really do appreciate this new plan. I know there was a reference to Councilman Barnett reference to the appeal that happened on the original plan. That appeal was based from two residents based on the environmental concerns on the variances. And you have taken the information that was dealt with through the settlement of that appeal, and you've taken it to a farther extent, where you have, with your work with Mayor Keffer and CAO Rangione, you've taken it much farther than the appeal had ever established it, by getting it to closer to 73% the impervious down to 73%. That's amazing. That's really awesome. We greatly appreciate that. We appreciate all the trees. We appreciate the expansion of the trail to 8 feet wide. For if we are still in COVID around that time, I'm hoping that we're not. At least we have a pretty close chance of social distancing passing on those trails. So I just wanted to say that I personally greatly appreciate all the things you have done to improve this plan. I have residents asking some questions, and as far as questions, yes, we did get information out publicly prior to this meeting. All council members, I believe, took part in sharing information with their constituents one way or the other. So there should be some questions in our public comment about the plan itself. December 9th is when we are voting on the preliminary plan. There will be an opportunity for a second presentation, plus the public comment section of the meeting will hopefully address the other questions that people have. So just to kind of encap that stuff. You mentioned bikes, or just one question of, are there going to be bike racks around for people to secure their bikes while they go and do shopping? So that was one question I didn't get a chance to ask last week. Yes,
that's a good question as well. Yes, the plan, we are providing for bike racks in multiple locations throughout the plan, both along, there's a few places along the trail itself when it's up closer to State Road, I believe. And then I think we're showing some for example, I think in front of the ShopRite, we're envisioning providing one there, and a couple other places. So multiple bike racks.
Great, thank you. I know that you had talked about where the community garden is. Can you, people keep, and I know that in our last meeting you expressed, or I had asked about the Collinbrook floodline, and I'm guessing you may have covered this, but just can you give us some more clarification on the rain gardens and the raising of the Wawa, so that the tanks were above the floodline for Collinbrook, because that's one of the questions that I keep getting via residents, and I just want to make sure that got clarified.
Yes. Okay. So at the Wawa, that is correct. The as part of the regrading I was describing to get the developed portions of the site above the flood hazard elevation. So the Wawa parking area, as well as the tank pad, will be above the flood zone, and adjacent to the fueling part of the Wawa, we are proposing a rain garden. So rainwater that runs off from the Wawa fueling area doesn't drain directly into pipes and then drain directly to the creek. It is forced to drain over the surface into a rain garden, which is, basically a grassed, compressed area that will have an engineered soil medium and plantings, and runoff has to sit in there, and it can't discharge directly. It has to sit in there, soak through the soil medium where it gets filtered, and it has a certain amount. It's forced to have a certain amount of holding capacity before water can leave. So that will be a what's considered like a pre-treatment kind of a measure to clean water that runs off from the fuel area. And then you mentioned Collin Brook. So Collin Brook is sort of a drainage creek that comes from the north, and through the project site, it's contained within an old concrete box culvert. So as part of the FEMA approvals we're doing, we're analyzing that as well. And basically what we are going to determine as a part of this is that anything associated with Collin Brook is contained within that culvert and does not have any kind of a flooding effect on the ground of the property. So that's being, the Collin Brook and culvert are being analyzed as part of the flood study. So it's looking at both Darby Creek and the Collin Brook.
Okay, great. And is there any other areas possibly along the trail that would naturally flood that has the opportunity to have some rain gardens as well?
So where the trail, or the portions of the property where the let's say are within the 100-year flood zone are just the areas down along I'll call it the southwestern corner, which is proposed to be essentially just grass green area, and whatever vegetation is proposed to be planted in there.
Okay.
So
basically what is currently behind the billiards is that area, like currently what it is for us now when it rains, like tonight, behind the billiards is the part that always floods.
correct. So instead of the flooding coming up onto pavement, it instead will stay in a vegetated area.
Okay. Okay, great. Those are the questions I have at the moment. I see Councilman Burke, and then a couple other council members who have already spoken. So I'm going to continue with any council members who haven't spoken yet. Councilman Burke.
Thank you, President Wentz. Just to touch on what President Wentz talked about the floodplains. As you change the floodplains 100 years, where do you have to change that to, or to certify that? And how long will that take to start construction or put the job out for bid without the permits of changing the flood map?
Right, so that permit is issued by FEMA. So that is actually in review right now as we speak by FEMA. So we're anticipating at this point, I forget if it was on that timeline or not, but we're anticipating getting the FEMA approval in advance of our April start date. So sometime either end of this year or very beginning of 2021 is our anticipation of receiving our FEMA approval for what we're doing along the creek with respect to the flood zone.
So you're looking for the project to be bidded out before you have approval for the job? Is that correct?
I'm not involved in the bidding. I don't know, Dan, if you can speak to
what I'm
that.
saying is you're sending out contracts to be bidded before you have FEMA approval. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm just talking about trying to get our approvals in hand. I can't speak to the bidding process.
Can somebody answer that?
The bidding process would be initiated more likely in February, March, in anticipation of a start of construction. Let me kind of walk through construction briefly. Construction first and foremost starts with demolition. And recall that we're leaving open the ShopRite in its existing location and configuration. So everything west of the ShopRite, it's almost as if a wave happens. The wave heads out towards State or along State Road, out to Township Road, towards the southwest corner. And then we have to start filling the site. And so there's a good 8 months of demolition and earthwork that has to happen prior to any kind of vertical construction, which gets us to the critical date, with the one exception of focused attention on the pad site where the ShopRite building, the new ShopRite building, will be built. And that again would be, that vertical construction is anticipating starting in October, November of 2021. So about a little less than a year from now. So no, we would anticipate the bidding process to occur after we have the majority of our permits in hand. But remember, to even achieve these permits, you have to have a tremendous amount of design work already done. It's not just schematics. These are fully engineered plans at that moment that the contractors are bidding on.
No, thanks for the clarification. I was just understanding that you were changing the flood map, that you would have to get approval from not just the township, but for somewhere else. And John, you clarified that, and that just seems like a long process, the way government's going today. That's all.
It started a long time ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barnett.
Thank you, President Wentz. I just want to comment that I'm getting a number of comments that the YouTube link is not working. And,
Yes.
and many, have you noticed that yourself?
Councilman Barnett, breaking news just came out. I just got something over my phone that said that YouTube is out all over.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
It's not the township, it's YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And so my point is, a lot of people are not able to participate or witness the presentation.
Yeah, it's YouTube. It's out all over.
Right.
That's part of the reason why I think I was like, we've been getting messages that some people were on and watching. We had 73 people at one point in time. We had other people who couldn't get on. Or then finally they kept trying and trying, and finally they got on. And then Michelle just got the breaking news that YouTube is out. And so I'm still checking with some constituents, but it looks like some people are still on and still able to watch us. So it really depends on the device that they're watching from or internet.
Currently we have 87 people watching. I'm looking at it on a dual screen.
Yeah.
But YouTube is flaky in that aspect sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the point to be made is that, we'll do this again at our next meeting, I hope. But the next meeting where we will consider approval of this project for preliminary approval.
Right. But also 83 people are still more than the number of people that often show up to physical council meetings when we were in physical presence at the township.
Understood. But again, those that want to participate can't.
Right. We have no control over it. We've been trying,
I realize that.
Okay.
Just making a point.
We've been tracking it since the beginning. And we made it sure that all of our lines were clean and clear and everything was moving live stream from our side of the equation. It wasn't an us situation. It was a YouTube situation. We can't check what they're running into.
So just so you know, it says YouTube seems to be having issues loading videos right now. If you're having trouble watching videos on YouTube right now, you're not alone. Our team is aware and the issues and working on to fix it. We will follow up here. This is on YouTube with updates. And this was about a half an hour ago.
Right.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Councilman Barnett, was that the only thing you had? Because I'll move on.
Yes, it is. Yes,
okay.
It is.
Councilman Silva?
Yes, thank you. To the plan of raising the site topographically, what kind of slope are we going to be looking at along the creek bed there? How steep is that? What kind of elevation will we be looking at if it is? And will there be like some kind of safety barrier required from the walkway to the creek bed?
Yeah, so any new slopes that we will be grading will be at what's known as a 3-to-1 slope maximum. That's 3 horizontal for 1 vertical. If you go down to the existing slope along the creek, in most places it's steeper than that. So anything we do new won't be as steep as what it is today. It'll be to a lesser degree. And in some locations where necessary, we will make upgrade with a retaining wall. And the retaining wall will have a safety fence along the top of it so that to offer protection for the trail, as well as whatever's driving along the drive aisle there. So there's 1 wall proposed, and that wall would have a fence along it.
Great. Councilman Silva, did you have anything else?
No, that would, so generally most of it would not require a wall. Like, I mean, just approximately what's the length of the section that would require that retaining wall?
Look. Let's see, it's probably, again, I'm eyeballing it off my computer screen because I'm at home.
Most of it, John's along the south side of the ShopRite and moving.
Yeah, it's probably 250 feet long in length, something like that. 250 to 300 feet in length. And it varies in height, but for the most part, it's something like 6 to 7 feet tall. And then of course, it's less than that, as it tapers at the edges. But
Okay, so you're just talking generally the area behind the shopping, the ShopRite.
yes,
Okay.
behind the ShopRite and the storage building, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So any other council members have any questions? I'm scrolling through. I'm sorry, I have a smaller screen than normal. All right, I'm not seeing anybody. So at this point in time, we do have public comment up next. So I'm hoping that you guys will stick around for that, because I think there are going to be more questions in the public comment section. So since council doesn't have any more questions at this point in time, I think this is a good time to roll into public comment. And then that way you can answer more questions from the public itself. Does that work for you guys? All right. So Ms. Dobbins, can you come on board for a public comment? And Ms. Phillips, make sure you unmute yourself. If everyone else can mute yourself, so that we can have as little feedback as possible until you're ready to answer something. So let me just get my timer going. There we go. Okay, so Ms. Dobbins, are you ready to go?
And Council President Wentz, I just want to clarify, this is all public comment?
This is public comment that is not in reference to the ordinance, the codification ordinance, or public comment for the budget.
Correct. Okay.
Okay, so yes, it's everything. So if there's, it's everything else, basically. If that makes sense.
Ready?
Yep, and go.
First comment, Dolores Lombardi, 29 South Kirkland Avenue, Upper Darby, PA, regarding first presentation of preliminary land development for Drexeline Shopping Center. Can you address any improvements you might have made in the pervious buffer along the creek? The zoning code required 50 feet, but the developers had requested, and I believe were rewarded, a variance of 0 feet. As I have seen the area behind where the Wawa's is going to be built flood badly to the point that it looked like a lake, were you able to introduce other stormwater management tools like more trees, rain gardens, and increased pervious surface? Where does the overall percentage of impervious surface stand now compared to what the developers had originally proposed to the zoning board? and compared to what is required in the zoning code. Thank you for your efforts to improve this important space for now and the future. End of comment.
So I realize, great, thank you. So I realize a lot of this has been covered thus far. Is there anything that hasn't already been covered by you guys that you wanted to clarify more based on her question? And if so, just turn on your mic and speak. And if not, we'll move forward because I believe a lot of this was covered.
I think we covered that fully.
Okay, great. Just wanted to check. All right. Ms. Dobbins, and go.
Joe Bonner, 5016 Marvine Avenue, Drexel Hill, PA. It appears that a 5-story apartment building will be built large enough to remove the building for Anthony's Restaurant. What will be the capacity of the apartment building? Any consideration given to the increased volume in traffic anticipated? Parking, rentals or condos, government sponsored? I believe there already is a large high-rise apartment building located next to the ShopRite. Seems congestion will be a problem. Combining with the Aronimink school expansion, traffic will be a disaster. End of comment.
Thank you. Would anyone like to tackle that?
Actually, I'll take that. We actually, compared to the plan that was approved by the zoning hearing board per our presentation, the impact is actually less than the previous approved plan at the zoning hearing board. A big kind of subtractor on the traffic is we had a 70,000 foot office building. So that is no longer in the project anymore.
Thank you. Okay, Allison, and go.
Olivia Taylor, 204 Kent Road, Upper Darby, PA. Members of council, I wrote into the last meeting expressing my concern about the homeless population that has formed on 69th Street. This administration has yet to act upon the necessary procedures adapted to this program. As a result of no action from this administration from the very beginning, you have homeless people and drug addicts that are shooting up in the opening. Ludlow Street has turned into an open shooting gallery where addicts are shooting up in the open. What is this administration going to do? The administration wants to go after delinquent tax homeowners, which will cause another problem. The idea to go after hardworking families during a pandemic is completely outrageous. Some families may have been laid off, some may have lost their jobs completely because it is pandemic. What do you say to these families when you have a council person, Sheikh Sadawi, that blatantly disregard his tax issues, who owns more than anyone out of the 80,000 residents in Upper Darby Township? Is it fair to the residents of Upper Darby Township that Saudi gets a payment plan and the families of this township gets 30 days to pay their taxes or else lose their homes? How fair is that when he deliberately ignores his responsibilities? His tax debt has nothing to do with it pandemic. This was deliberately ignored. He owes $60,000 or more in taxes. Here's an idea to recoup some of the losses in tax revenue. How about take some of the properties that are in default from Saudi and leave the hardworking families that are going through this crisis right now alone? Laura Wentz and Hafiz Tunis and some residents, how in the world do you find time to band together to shut down a community Facebook page? And this township is facing drastic, more important issues. Band together and solve some of the problems that the township is facing and stop trying to suppress the First Amendment freedom of speech. Focus more on the homeless and getting them some shelter before the winter gets here. End of comment.
Okay, well, I did not take part in shutting down a community page. I don't believe Councilman Tunis took part in shutting down a community page. So I just need to answer that one right there. I believe we've heard in the past in reference to Councilman Sadiq, he has clarified that he is in a payment plan. Anyone who's been delinquent on their taxes has the opportunity to set up a payment plan through Portnoy. they have been working with residents for the last couple years on that. So that takes care of that one. As far as looking into the homeless population, I know that Mayor Keffer and CAO Rangione are very concerned on those issues and are doing the best, doing what they can. And if they wish to weigh in, they will. But I know that they've been working hard on solving those problems. But we will definitely continue. But please go ahead, CAO.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Council President. I'll just say quickly, I mean, none of those problems are new or recently created. Some of them have been exacerbated by the pandemic and SEPTA's closing of their doors at the terminal. We have been working very actively with community nonprofits like Mental Health Partners and Horizon House, along with the county and the county's Human and Services Department, to provide both emergency and long-term resources to people experiencing homelessness in Upper Darby Township. We stood up an emergency shelter a week or two ago because temperatures were going to go below freezing. And that was coordinated by township staff on personal time with members of the staff from Crozier Keystone. So there's a lot of intergovernmental and community nonprofit partnership on the homelessness issue in Upper Darby Township.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I knew you were doing a lot. I just didn't have the specifics. So I appreciate that information.
Yep.
Okay, great.
May I get this point, please?
Go ahead, Sadiq.
Regarding the taxes, I have nothing to do with the township. I have a payment plan with the Port Knob, and township did not give me any payment plan. So this blame is not true. This is absolutely wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then, sorry, going back to, okay. And next, Ms. Dobbins, go.
Phyllisfield 740 Edmonds Ave, Drexel Hill. When the former mayor gave the buyer of Drexeline every variance he wanted, he had not received the land development plan. He had an artist's rendering of what the 800 storage units and a few other things might look like when and if it was built. Without the land development, the builder was free to make any changes he wanted. Having a couple of concerned citizens bring a lawsuit that was over and done with in a very short time and was only brought forth as a way to address some environmental concerns was not in any way the reason for the changes. I guess we can be grateful he didn't decide to put something worse in. I am concerned that we are adding more congestion with more apartments. End of comment.
Okay, so obviously, once you guys figure out your layout as far as the apartments, that'll concern a lot of the, address a lot of those issues. So great. And then Ms. Dobbins, go.
Lee and Mike Jordan, 90 Pilgrim Lane, Drexel Hill, PA. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the new Drexeline proposal. Our biggest concern is the replacement of the medical office building in the original proposal with apartment units. An additional 40 to 45 units represents a nearly 40% increase over the original, potentially putting even more strain on our already crowded school district. Also, a commercial tenant would more than likely provide significantly higher tax revenue than residential rentals without any strain on the school district. We would suggest a study be done to show the difference in tax revenue between the two types of potential developments. From what we have heard, this seems much more like another strip center as opposed to the walkable town center design originally proposed. If the building where Anthony's is currently located is demolished for apartments, what happens to Anthony's restaurant and the jobs and tax revenue that it currently provides? What about the catering and hall rental tax revenue created? That needs to be considered as well. Finally, we'd like to go on record in saying that we are not opposed to development. This property has been in disrepair for far too long, and we all know why. This plan seems very inferior to the original proposal, and the concerns had by the lawsuit could have been settled without this delay. This is the gateway to the township. It needs to be representative of what we offer. End of comment, and that concludes all public comment for this evening.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone that would like to address any of those concerns? I know a lot of them were addressed in the presentation. Just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond. Hearing none, okay. Great. And there's been a lot of discussion about the school district. I just want to clarify, the school district we've already passed the land development for renovations and expansions within Aronimink Elementary School. And the school district has a lot of plans already, things that they're working on renovations for and so forth. So I just want to say that there are other plans in place to make space for the capacity of the children already in our township and potential ones to come in as well. Though I do agree that, the general concerns of how many families could move into the apartment complex is a concern, but, I'm guessing you know our concerns and therefore you're working on it. So I appreciate all that you guys have been doing. I know most that council does greatly appreciate all your effort in this. The plans are definitely a lot better than they were before. At least I'm more environmentally inclined, so I greatly appreciate all that you've done. So I'll just leave it at that. Okay. Then I think since we're done with public comment, thank you so much for your presentation. That was really amazing and awesome. I got a lot of positive feedback from peeps during the course of the meeting. So greatly wanted to thank you so much for being here, and we'll talk to you again in December. So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Yep. All right. So next up, we have the Honorable Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer. Take it away, Mayor.
Hi, good evening, everyone. We have a full agenda tonight and a budget hearing. To be brief, my 2021 budget proposes no increases in municipal taxes or sewer and trash fees, despite anticipating a level of uncertainty with 2021 revenues, as well as the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our residents and business owners. Working with council, the administration has addressed the $8 million budget gap to update several fee schedules, collect delinquent municipal and business privilege taxes, and in general to collect fees to cover the costs of municipal services. Our Chief Administrative Officer, Vincent Mangione, and Finance Director Barry Marin worked closely with our department heads and did a fantastic job crafting a detailed program-based zero-sum budget, which Mr. Marin presented on October 11th. It did become apparent throughout the budget process that real sanitation costs, which include vehicle purchases, maintenance, fuel, in addition to salaries, benefits, and tipping fees, are not covered by our trash fees currently. And as we progress towards crafting a budget that truly reflects programmatic costs, there are several things that we can do collectively to keep trash and recycling costs down. First, we as residents can be more mindful of what items we put into recycling. Contaminated recycling remains very costly and prevents us from directing money towards other municipal services. Please do not put your recyclables into plastic bags. The caps on water and other beverage bottles are not recyclable. Pizza boxes are not recyclable. But working together, we can bring down recycling costs. Secondly, I am pleased to announce that in conjunction with our Public Works Department, led by Joe Martin, we will be offering weekly yard waste collections April through November in 2021. We believe that this giant expansion of yard waste collections will help offset the fixed costs of sanitation, as well as keep a large amount of materials out of the incinerator. Our yard waste is processed by a local company and made into compost. And as we wind down this roller coaster of a year, I would like to thank all the township employees who have worked hard and cooperatively with our new administration to improve and clarify services, adjusting to COVID obstacles and the restructuring of our departments. And I want to also thank everyone who has been adhering to social distancing and mask wearing guidelines for the last 9 months, and to encourage everyone to hang in there until a vaccine is really available. For the greater good and for a while longer, we can keep each other safe. Today is Veterans Day, dedicated to the men and women who serve and have served in the United States Armed Forces. We thank you for the sacrifices you have made to protect us today and every day. And that's it for tonight's updates.
Great, thank you. And so for my part of the equation, I just want to say happy Veterans Day. Thank you to all the veterans and those who are currently serving. Also like to thank our very own Councilman Bonnet and Solicitor Kilkenny for their service. In Upper Darby, we are honored to have the Archer Epler VFW and American Legion's Post 979, the Upper Darby Marine Corps League 884, and the Upper Darby Post 214 American Legions. Thank you all for your service. We do have a video that we were hoping to be able to show to you tonight in the break, the 5-minute break between the end of this meeting and before the public hearing for the 2021 budget hearing. If we are unsuccessful due to technical difficulties, you can watch the video. It's from Archer Epler's 2020 Veterans Day ceremony. It is currently on our Township Council Facebook page. If we're not able to show it tonight, please check it out. And just want to clarify that everyone who isn't able to log on, to watch this this meeting this evening through YouTube due to the technical difficulties that they are having, you will have an opportunity to watch it any day beyond this. I know that there's at least 86 people still watching, so some people are still connected, but everything's being recorded and it will be available to watch tomorrow or the next day or the next day after that. So I just wanted to give you that information. Okay, so next up we have committee reports, Finance and Appropriations Committee, co-chairs Councilman Gwynn and Silva. Members are Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Burke. I also need to point out that we are having a slight change in the sequence of this based on where things are in the agenda. So we're gonna hop down to ordinance numbers 3083 and 3084. We're going to discuss them first because I believe we have some members of the bond team on board with us who are going to help us with better understanding these ordinances. And then we'll hop back up to the second presentation. So I just wanted to clarify that. So at this point in time, if we can get, and also just want to let you know, because Councilman because Councilman Gwynn is not here, Councilman Silva will be leading the way for the Finance Committee. So at this point in time, if we can get a reading of Ordinance 3083 from the Obermeyer team.
Thank you, President Wentz. My name is Pat Scott. I'm a partner at Obermeyer, Redmond, Maxwell, and Hippel. Along with me tonight is my partner, Pauline Markey. We also have Melissa Hughes from PFM, who's the financial advisor for the township, and also Tim Kerr and David Payne from PNC Capital Markets, who are the bond underwriters. Before I jump into the reading of the resolutions, please recall that there are two potential bond financing projects that are being considered tonight for the first reading, and that will be considered for adoption on the 18th of November. There is what we call the new money project, which involves the potential acquisition of capital assets by the township. So that would be a financing of $10 million or less. And the second would be a potential refunding of two series of bonds that are outstanding, the township's series 2016 and 2017. After some consideration, we decided to break those projects up into two separate ordinances, simply because the timing might require us to close on the new money part of it before the end of the year. And we may have to wait on the refunding, or we may jump right into it. But the timing considerations require us to consider these two projects. So before I do the hopefully quick reading, I'm going to ask Melissa Hughes to refresh the report that she provided on October 14th to go through where we are, where we've been, and how we shape up.
Great, thank you.
Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
So this should look fairly similar to what I presented at your 2 October meetings. Just an update, we looked at a big picture new money plan, and what we're going to focus on today is simply the new money that will be borrowed for 2020, which would finance projects for 2021. Any future financings would be, evaluated, and we would come back and have whole discussions about those kind of at the appropriate time. So these 2 ordinances taken together complete the projects, as Pat described, the $10 million of new money, and then also a refinancing on a taxable basis of the 2016 and 2017 bonds. They're being enacted via parameters ordinance, which is to say that the amount that's borrowed reflected in the ordinance is a little bit more than what we're really going to do in both instances, because at the end of the day, we cannot exceed in each and every maturity the amount listed on the schedules for the 2 various purposes. And overall, we want the township to have level or declining debt service. So think of it as Lego blocks. They all have to fit together in a way that the ultimate issue with the interest rates, which are not currently known, they'll be known when we price the bonds, we have to get level or declining debt service. So, the new money amount is basically the same amount that we're going to issue, $10 million, but the refunding amount is slightly more. But the refunding can only be used for the purpose of refunding the existing debt for debt service savings. So any of the parameters and any of the maturities that aren't utilized, Pat's firm will file what's called a certificate of non-completion, and that's really important. That basically makes it go away. It makes it null and void for any amount that isn't actually issued. I just want to focus here, that's kind of the high level of what the parameters does. I just want to give you a little bit of an update on the market and market conditions, since we've all been focused on what was going to happen after the election. Well, the election came and went, and that didn't have a huge impact on the market. But one thing that is driving the market right now is last week's good news about the Pfizer vaccine. We joke in our industry that anything that's good personal news is bad for the market. So the taxable market in particular, so that impacts the refinancing. Interest rates have crept up slightly, and I say slightly because it is very marginal. We're still at very, very low rates. So, we've been monitoring the refinancing. We said a month ago it was close to $1 million. Today, because the taxable market rates have crept up a little bit, it's closer to $775,000. Still very meaningful savings, and we'll continue to monitor that and be in communication with the administration before we actually act on pricing the bonds. This approval, this parameters tool, puts all the necessary approvals in place to do so. And then we can pick the right time to enter the market when it's most advantageous for the township, because our ultimate goal is we want to save you as much money as we can through lower interest rates. I have more to the presentation, but those are kind of the highlights. Those are the most important, I think, takeaways from me tonight. This, parameters tool is for a little bit more. It is structured this way so we can accomplish the township's overall goals and objectives. And importantly, this is the same tool that the township used in 2016, 2017 when they did the last financing. And it worked out, as I've described. Does anybody have any questions for me before Pat goes over the first ordinance?
Councilman Wagner has a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't see everybody. So go ahead, Councilman Wagner.
Thank you. Just real briefly, Ms. Hughes, I just want to clarify this in plain English terms so I can understand it, and everybody else can too, hopefully. If I understand this correctly, what is being proposed is first a refinancing of existing debt in an amount of just over $16 million. Is that correct?
Yep,
And
that's what the
so-
approval would be for.
So that is just a sensible refinancing of debt that already exists, and it's going to save the township $750,000 or so.
Yep, at today's
so-
rates.
So that makes good sense to do it, obviously.
Yep.
The other bond issue is $10 million of new debt that did not exist before, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Any other council members have a question? Please turn on your mic and go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Bonnet.
Oh, okay, thank you. I agree that the refunding is a certainly sensible thing to do to save all kinds of substantial dollars. The new funding of $10 million is really part of a three-stage $30 million anticipated bond issue, correct? Overall bond issue.
Yeah, plan of finance.
Right,
Would-
plan of finance, better said. And that translate, if I recall your numbers, into a little more than $40 million in debt service.
Yeah, hold on just a second. We can, of new debt service, yes.
New debt service, right?
Yes.
So I think I just wanted to clarify that for the community, that it's not just 10 million. Eventually, it will become 30 million borrowed with interest over time is really $40 million of debt.
Yes, assuming that you do proceed with the plan
Right.
of finance as described. I think
Correct.
it's really, really important to note that we're going to come back each and every year and you're going to have a chance to make decisions about what goes in and out every time.
Right. I think what we need to do, by the way, we have to move to introduce these two ordinances at some point, correct? And advertise them.
Yes.
Right.
They were already advertised.
How do we do that without introducing it?
There'll be a motion. We would suggest a motion to introduce these ordinances this evening. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Sean.
There should be, after this presentation, there should be a motion to introduce these ordinances this evening.
Right, but normally it's appropriate to introduce them before you advertise, correct?
Correct, but I believe there was some issue with the timing. I believe Ms. Richardson spoke to Obermeyer of that, but there should be a motion to formally introduce them this evening. That's all. Yep.
Yeah, and Councilman Bonnet, if it turns out that the motion is not, doesn't permit the consideration of the ordinance on the 18th, we would simply re-advertise for the date upon which these are going to be actually considered.
Yep.
So
Thank you.
we advertise it to be protective, basically.
Great. Are there any other council members? I can't see the everyone's screens in my little realm. So if you have any questions, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Burke.
Who paid for the advertisement?
Obermeyer Law Firm paid for it.
Okay.
And in the event that we close, we'll be reimbursed
Bye.
by the proceeds of the bonds as a cost of issuance.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, anybody else? For those who can see them? All right. Okay, so go ahead with the, so this ordinance is many pages long. So I guess it's a question to Solicitor Kilkenny.
As I said, Mr. Am I still muted? I'm sorry.
No, I can hear.
You're on.
No, I believe I'm on. Mr. Scott is going to summarize the ordinances and that's it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Because it's a long ordinance, so I just wanted to get clarification before we started that process. So
Yes. And if
Thank you.
anybody, after hearing the summary, has any specific questions, then we can deal with that then. But I think it would take a very, very long time to read the entire ordinance. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, now, Mr. Kilkenny, my plan was to, and I'm happy not to, but read the one-page summary that's on page 1 of these ordinances.
Yes, as we
and then
discussed
take any
earlier,
questions.
that seems to make sense. Yeah.
So I will read this summary, and then we'll take any questions that anybody has with respect to the ins and outs of it. The bottom line here is we're asking the township to consider authorizing a financing project, authorizing township officials to approve the terms of the financing upon the sale of the bonds, to execute a bond purchase agreement, and ultimately to close on the bond sale. As I mentioned, we're dividing these up into 2 ordinances. The first one is going to be the refunding ordinance number 3083, which I will read, and then I'll read 3084, which to Councilman Bonnet's point is a project that's defined as the acquisition of capital assets up to $10 million. It's not approving the entire 3-step or 3-phase plan. It's just approving part 1, which is a series of assets that we've been through, and we can go through those if you'd like, but for 2021. So I'll read 3083, which is the refunding. An ordinance of the Upper Darby Township Council, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, pursuant to the Act of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, known as the Local Government Unit Debt Act, setting forth its intention to authorize and direct the incurrence of non-electoral debt through the issuance of general obligation bonds in one or more series to be issued either together or separately on a tax-exempt or taxable basis, collectively the bonds, in a maximum aggregate principal amount of up to $16,300,000 for the purpose of providing funds to 1, finance the cost of refunding all or a portion of the township's outstanding general obligation bonds, Series 2016, finance the cost of refunding all or a portion of the Series 2017 bonds, and to pay the costs and expenses of issuing the bonds, collectively the project, making certain findings and determinations in connection with the project, accepting a negotiated proposal for the purchase of the bonds, providing for the manner of execution and other provisions of the bonds, appointing a paying agent, which is TD Bank, covenanting to budget in each fiscal year when due, pledging the full faith and credit and taxing power of the township for the timely payment of debt service on the bonds, establishing a sinking fund and providing for payment of the bonds therefrom, directing the deposit of the proceeds of the bonds, authorizing the investment of proceeds of the bonds and the execution of an escrow agreement, authorizing the directing and the preparation, verification, and filing of a debt statement, borrowing base certificate, and related material with the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development, together with an application by the township for the approval of the incurrence of such non-electoral debt and issuance of the bonds, making covenants with respect to the bonds relating to federal tax and security laws, authorizing and directing the execution and delivery of the bonds and such other documents as may be necessary or advisable in connection with the issuance of the bonds upon the approval of the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development, directing the proper officers and the officials of the township to do all things necessary to carry out the ordinance, and rescinding all inconsistent ordinances. That ends the reading of 3083.
Okay. Are there any questions or concerns on that reading? I'm just scrolling through to see. I'm not seeing any. Okay. Then can we get a motion to introduce ordinance 3083? You gotta turn on your.
I make a
So
motion.
moved.
So Silva
Second.
and Tunis was loud. Silva, Tunis. Okay. Any other questions and concerns? Though I realize I kind of did that backwards. I'm not seeing any. Okay. So all those in favor of introducing ordinance number 3083, please turn your microphones on now before I finish my sentence. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
opposed, say your name. Great. And Councilman Gwynn is excused. Great, thank you. All right, so we're moving on to ordinance number 3084.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And this one is principally the same. If I go through the whole thing, which I will, the only difference that you should listen for is the description of the project, which includes now the acquisition of capital assets in an amount of $10 million or less. So ordinance 2020-3084 reads as such, or the summary reads as such: an ordinance of the Upper Darby Township Council, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, pursuant to the Act of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, known as the Local Government Unit Debt Act, setting forth its intention to authorize and direct the incurring of non-electoral debt through the issuance of general obligation bonds in one or more series, to be issued either together or separately on a tax-exempt basis, collectively the bonds, in a maximum aggregate principal amount of up to $10 million for the purpose of providing funds to finance the acquisition of certain capital assets that will benefit the township, consisting of furnishings, machinery, apparatus, fixtures, equipment, or other assets normally classified as capital assets, and to pay the costs and expenses of issuing the bonds, collectively the project, making certain findings and determinations in connection with the project, accepting a negotiated proposal for the purchase of the bonds, providing that the bonds, when issued, shall constitute a general obligation of the township, designating one or more series of bonds as qualified tax-exempt obligations as defined in Section 265B3B of the Internal Revenue Code, as amended, providing for the manner of execution and other provisions of the bonds, appointing a paying agent, covenanting to budget in each fiscal year when due, pledging the full faith, credit, and taxing power of the township for the timely payment of debt service on the bonds, establishing a sinking fund and providing for payment of the bonds therefrom, directing the deposit of the proceeds of the bonds, authorizing and directing the preparation, verification, and filing of a debt statement, borrowing-based certificate, and file and related material with the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development, together with an application by the township for the approval of the incurrence of such non-electoral debt and the issuance of the bonds, making certain covenants with respect to the bonds relating to federal tax and securities laws, authorizing and directing the execution and delivery of the bonds and such other documents as may be necessary or advisable in connection with the issuance of the bonds upon the approval of the DCED, directing the proper officers and officials of the township and to do all things necessary to carry out the ordinance, and rescinding all inconsistent ordinances. And that is the end of the reading.
Great, thank you.
Certainly take any questions.
Well, I'm going to do it the right way this time. Council members, make sure your microphones are turned on. Can we get a motion to introduce ordinance number 3084? Can we get a motion? Council members?
So moved.
Okay.
Seconded.
Billups and Tunis is what I heard. Sorry, Sadiq, Councilman Tunis beat you to it. Okay. Now any questions or concerns on this? I don't know what that was. Anyone have any questions?
Councilman Barnett does.
Councilman Barnett, go ahead.
Thank you, President Wentz. My vote, I will vote for the introduction of the support the introduction of this to get it to a public hearing. However, my vote on whether or not to vote in favor of adopting it is going to be contingent upon receiving from the administration exactly what capital improvements this $10 million funding will in fact fund. So I asked the administration to, and I know there's a capital program in place or proposed, and I just want to know what parts of that capital program would be funded with this initial $10 million.
I can address that
now. I'm not expecting that now, of course, I'm expecting that before we put this to a vote for adoption after the public hearing.
Of course, Councilman, I can't speak for the administration, but if you look at the handout that PFM prepared, there is a schedule of assets that are being proposed for the acquisition, and I imagine the administration will review that. But that, you know, there is a document out there that at least roughly outlines the assets that are being proposed to be acquired.
Right, and I appreciate that. And if I can get corroboration from the administration, that would satisfy me, and then I'll make a determination whether I vote in favor or against that ordinance after the public hearing.
Yeah, absolutely. That that document, that schedule that's attached to the PFM presentation is the combined work product of the mayor, township staff, PFM, PNC, and Obermayor. So that's a joint schedule that was prepared by all of us together.
Thank you, Vince. Would it be appropriate then to actually put that into the ordinance, that is what the money is going to be spent for?
That's a good question. I don't believe that that's necessary, but that's really more of a question for Solicitor Kilkenny than myself.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Scott.
Okay.
Mr. Scott, do you have a comment on that?
Sure. So the answer is yes. It's possible to incorporate that schedule into the ordinance. One of the goals of kind of the finance team is to remain as flexible as possible in terms of, you know, acquiring assets. And there was a discussion about some grant funding that's possible with respect to real estate improvement that's not quite solidified yet. However, I would say 95% of that schedule is pretty concrete. So it's ultimately, it's not a legal question. It's a question of how council wants to proceed with it. But it certainly is a prospect to incorporate a schedule of assets into the ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me see. Any, okay, Councilman Burke, go ahead.
Thank you, President Wentz. If we did incorporate that and we deviated from the plan, will we have to vote on the money that we put aside for that first year? Will we have to vote on it if something came up?
Well, yeah, I mean, the answer is if the schedule is included in the ordinance, it more or less becomes a binding obligation. So if there's a change, it would have to go back and we'd have to look at how that procedure works with the DCED, you know, in terms of changing the ordinance or revising the ordinance once the bonds have been issued. So I think that we would want to consider.
Yeah, can I jump in here from a practical perspective? This isn't a legal answer. This is a practical answer. I've had this come up most recently at a school district I did. They had unspent bond proceeds. And they were like, can we take these unspent proceeds? You know, they spent all the money and the contingency just wasn't as high as what they'd budgeted. So they had, I think in this case, it was like $500,000 left over. And they amended their ordinance to include additional purposes. And you didn't need DCED approval for that.
Because
so
you guys, yeah, sorry, because you guys actually said when we met last time that if you would buy a fire truck, you would look at it over 5 or 7 years or vehicles.
Yeah, you'd have to, so they had to prove that what they were going to spend the money on, which was in their case, just another kind of like they were finishing one renovation and they were moving on to the next renovation. It would need to have the same useful life. You know, you'd need to, if you're taking a 15-year project out, you need to replace it with a different 15-year piece or, you know, something longer.
Yeah,
and in this case, the maturities of the bonds are actually tailored around the useful lives of the assets that are being acquired. So, you know, some have 5 years, some have 10 years, some have 15 years. So again, it's already kind of baked in, but if there would be a change, yeah, we would have to amend the ordinance, I would think.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and this is Tim from PNC. I'll just jump in here to echo Pat. You know, the structure was designed with the useful lives in mind. So if you look at the 2020 issue, those where the bonds fall, those fall in line with the useful lives of all the capital projects, and it works well because it keeps the township's overall debt burden pretty low. So I think it's a good plan moving forward.
Great, thank you. Councilman Silva?
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, it was sort of my understanding from your previous presentation that there's a lot of restrictions already for what this bond funding could be used for. I mean, is that correct? I mean, it doesn't seem like I'm not sure what the logic would necessarily be in like kind of further earmarking things, and especially too in this age where emergencies certainly occur. I don't. Is there a logic to not earmark funds for that reason specifically?
It's a fair comment. I mean, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. We have to define the project as being the acquisition of capital assets. That's language right from the state law. And the debt has to be structured around the useful lives of those assets. So to some degree, we're already putting the rabbit in the hat because we know what assets are going to be acquired. But as Tim and Melissa both said, if there's a change and we can substitute one asset for another asset that has a similar life in an emergency kind of situation, that certainly can be done, and you'd want the flexibility to do that. So that would be the mission. But does that answer your question? I get a sense that you don't think it answers the question.
No, it does. It does. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just thinking. I mean, there's all this discussion to try to it's not like we're taking $10 million and spending it on hats. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it specifically has to have a purpose from this bond.
It has to be classified as a capital asset that benefits the township, and those are, as I mentioned, the furnishings, the fixtures, consistent with that list. And if we're going to substitute something later, so the township officials say we don't want to buy our fire truck, we don't need 10 fire trucks, we only need 9. But now we have unspent bond proceeds, and we have to come up with something that fits that classification. When I say we, I mean the township has to find something that fits that classification with the same useful life. But yeah, it's not like you can go out and buy a steak dinner. I mean, it's got to be a capital asset.
You could buy 9 fire trucks and 2 ambulances or something, right? It has to be something with this.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's just sort of my point to the kind of the preceding questions. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions. I'm scrolling, not seeing anyone. Okay, great. So if all council members can have your microphones on, all those in favor of introducing ordinance number 3084, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name.
No, Tom Wagner.
Okay. Okay, and everyone else is an aye. And Councilman Gwynn is excused. So 1 no and 9 yeses and 1 excused. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for Omeyer's team for coming out and breaking this down for us and explaining this all to us. We greatly appreciate your insight. So thank you. And thank you so much for being here throughout the beginning part of the council meeting.
Well,
it's a pleasure. Happy Veterans Day.
We're going to have something great to talk about on the rating call as a result of that previous presentation. So that's good.
Okay. All right. That's awesome. Awesome.
Yep.
So much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Great. So next up we have Gary Marin, our finance director, to give us the second presentation of the 2021 budget. 2021 budget. Gary, are you on?
Yes, ma'am. I'm right here.
All right, rock it out, man.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. After my last presentation, and especially in the context of what we've just been listening to, this will be refreshingly short. I hope that you've all had an opportunity to review the materials that we distributed and posted to the Township website last month. And for any residents who are watching this meeting, I hope you've had a chance to see the October 14th presentation. A short while ago, we distributed an update to council, and I believe that we've posted it on the website. And with that said, I'm going to share my screen.
Great. And council members, please mute yourselves at the moment. We'll get to our questions after his presentation.
Righty. So as of today, this is the top level roll up of the budget, the combined and condensed financial presentation. The format, of course, is the same as I presented last time, but you'll notice that the current year actual results have now been updated to include the October activity, which is this column right here. The budget as it now stands reflects only a handful of changes from the last presentation, which in the aggregate increased the projected surplus by about $15,000 from $48,000 the last time I showed this material to $63,000, as you can see down here in the bottom right corner. These changes include a couple of corrections and several revisions to selected revenue and expense assumptions, but again, in the aggregate, it's only a $15,000 move to the bottom line. At a high level, and as presented last month, the budget still contains no increase in taxes or fees, and expenses are largely comprised of personnel costs driven by existing union contracts. I would like to remind you, as presented last month, that the trash fees do not cover the cost of trash collection, and that the shortfall of approximately $120 per household per year will need to be addressed in future years. With that said, at this point, we don't anticipate any further changes to the budget, except to the extent that changes are warranted by your input. And so with that, I'll open the floor to your questions.
Okay, great. So council members, actually, can you unshare your screen for a moment?
Very sorry. I'd be happy to.
It's great. So council members, please raise your hand to let me know if you have any questions. I'm not seeing any questions. Okay. So I will ask a question, actually on behalf of Councilman Gwynn, just to verify that there are funds somewhere for council members to get clothing with council logos on it. This year's council we have not been able to purchase such clothing, whether it's a t-shirt or a jacket, signifying council members as being council members for when they go to events. So I was just curious if there's a allotment for that type of clothing for council in this budget. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to fine tune everything to specifically look for that. And so I just wanted to ask the question. CAO?
Sure, it doesn't have its own specific line item, but it has been discussed and imagined in either the CAO or the mayor's contingency budget.
Okay, great, thank you. Because that's something that came up, so I just wanted to ask the question. Thank you. Great. Any other council members have any questions or concerns on the presentation as given? Okay, I see Councilman Barnett. Go ahead, Councilman Barnett.
Thank you, President Wentz. Gary, where do we stand with the sinking fund that we discussed before?
Well, what we were discussing was that the revenue component, but the fund has, I've increased it from the 2.6 million to a little over 2.9 million, incorporating $309,000 additional interest cost, presuming that we will be going ahead with this bond financing. To the extent that we don't, of course, that's a $309,000 cushion. I saw, as you all did in this presentation, that 309 has now increased slightly with the interest cost. And it's, I saw it as 312 rounded, so there's a few $1,000 bogey. But again, there is no revenue component in sinking fund. It will be covered by the real estate taxes and all of the other fees that we collect.
Are we, well, I'm a little bit confused. Are we tapping any of our cash reserves to fund in any way parts of the 2021 budget?
No, sir. This, the 2021 revenues completely cover 2021 expenses with a very mild surplus.
Okay. And again, restate for me, how much are we carrying in our sinking fund?
The expense for 2021 is budgeted at a little over 2.9 million.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Councilman Silva?
Sure. Thank you very much. The I know you have a kind of a limited amount of time, Mr. Maron, but wonder if there's been any consideration in possibly changing the way the sewer fee system operates, like perhaps like through usage or something, through like water usage, because I believe as it stands now, it's the sewer fee is assessed out per unit. Is that something that's been given some thought at all? I'm sure that wouldn't be something applicable for this year, but.
Yeah, I can step in there. That absolutely is something that's been talked about and discussed, and it's an issue that the mayor has asked us to look into and consider addressing, because you're right. Right now, it's on a per household basis, so a family of 5 pays the same fee as a single person would pay. Other townships do have a usage model. But yeah, that's not something that we would be able to implement this year, but it is something that the mayor is interested in and has asked us to consider for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
If I may just correct something that I said a moment ago to Councilman Bonnet, I was focused on the 2.6 million that we had been discussing in the 2020 budget as being incremented by the 300,000, and in that way I misspoke. What was originally in the 2021 budget was 2.4 million. So actually the existing version of the budget as increased is a little over 2.7 million, not 2.9. My apologies.
Thank you for that clarification. And I'm sorry, I should have done my homework. Where's our fund balance at this point? Or what is it projected going into 2021?
I need to answer your question with a question. Do you mean truly fund balance, or do you mean cash balance? There is a distinction.
I mean our savings account.
Okay. As I will be stepping into this in a little bit more depth with David Heyman over the next week or two, but we're currently, as in the presentation you just received, you'll see that the October results, the bottom line year-to-date through October, is now down to a net positive of 5.9 million. You'll remember last month when we presented this, it was over 16 million. And I explained at that point in time that there were some, that was because the revenues are front-end loaded at the beginning of the year, and then there are some pretty heavy expenses later in the year. October is a brutal month because we have to fund the entire year's pension fund expense, which was $8.7 million. And so that all hit the bottom line, plus another 2+ million in net operating negative cash flow. So that's why we dropped from 16.7 to 5.9. That number will probably come down in the absence of a TRAN to a couple of million at the end of the year. And of course, we have to carry ourselves through January and February until taxes start to come in. So my next exercise, once I'm past the audit that is ongoing at the moment, is to get into a heavy duty cash management exercise so that I can present to all of you what we may need to address, which would be borrowing again to get through the end of the year.
Okay, so we might need to do a TRAN heading into 2021 like we did this past year.
Correct. Just to carry us for that last 30 to 60 days. Yes.
Right.
Again, I didn't want to get ahead of myself here. I'll certainly be prepared, by this time next month to talk about this in some detail.
Okay, that's cool. I just wanted to get a sense of where we were heading. I knew that October was the pension month. So I know that, that's when we do pay a lot towards the pensions. And so thank you for expressing that breakdown for us so that all council members understand.
You're welcome.
So thank you. And I know that David will give us more information next week as well on that.
Certainly will.
So I see Councilman Burke. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Wentz. So Gary, you're basically saying we're not paying our bills right now. Is that correct? We don't have the money to pay our bills.
No, we are bills.
Don't think I said that.
Well, 4 or 5 months ago, we had plenty of money, and then you said we might have to take a loan.
What I said, 4 or 5 months ago, we had plenty of money.
Right.
The money, I could have projected, were that a discussion topic some months ago, that the money was going to be used up by the end of the year. I mean, again, remember that we've been dealing with this built-in structural deficit in the budget. We had to borrow money last year to make it through.
No, I understand.
I was hoping that we were truly going to make it through the end of the year without having to borrow, and we may, but I need to do the work first.
Well, and just to be clear, sorry to jump in here, the current projection as it stands, we will in fact make it through the end of the year. The question is expenses in January and February, will they outpace tax receipts in January and February? So the question is less about will we make it to the end of 2021 and what is the cash management exercise necessary to make it through January and February of next year. And to sort of summarize Gary's last point there, to address the structural budget issues that we've addressed during a global pandemic and be in a situation where taking a similar, say, $5 million TRAN to the one that was taken out last year, that would be a very good outcome for the township under the circumstances. And if we continued on that same pace, it would be reasonable to expect that we would not need to do that again in 2022.
That's what I was looking for. I mean, if we're putting a Band-Aid on it now, and again, are we going to have to do it in 2022 with our budget of 2021?
No, and that's why I wanted to tell you, because the trajectory is very much in the right direction. We corrected for $8 million, and the TRAN would only be 5, right? So assuming that in 2021, we don't need to make a correction like that, by the end of 2021, we wouldn't need to borrow another 5 million. So the trajectory is very good.
Right, and then in theory, if we did need to borrow at the end for 2022, it would probably be substantially less, just enough to help carry us through, and then that trend would keep decreasing as we're catching up on past related budget snags.
But we wouldn't run our household like this.
Well, we didn't.
Well, you've got a credit card, don't you?
Yeah.
Nope, never had one.
I would like to point one thing out, folks, and I'm going to be the conservative accountant who throws a bucket of cold water up, but things are looking pretty bad locally with regard to this COVID spike. And, you know, God only knows what the next few months may bring. So if we wind up shutting down again, you know, all bets are off.
Right, right, definitely. So I see Councilman Wagner's hand, and I see, yeah, so go ahead, Councilman Wagner. You need to unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry, I often forget that. Mr. Maron, I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I'll be very brief. We spoke a little while ago about using plain English because a lot of the members of the public are listening and don't have the access to all the documentation that you do and the council members do. I just want to be real clear about some very simple things and see if you agree with this. We had a presentation at our last meeting from financial professionals employed by the township, and they clearly stated that the overall financial condition of the township was above average. You agree with that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And they clearly told us that the township had an A+ credit rating, without which it wouldn't be able even to consider the borrowing that's being proposed right now. You agree with that, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
It's also not unusual, is it, that for municipalities, expenses tend to run very high late in the year for the very reason you already said, things like pension payments and the like, right?
Especially relative to revenues, which are always front-end loaded.
So the fact that that's the case for Upper Darby is hardly some big shock or surprise compared to a great many other townships and other municipalities.
Absolutely right.
Correct. And finally, the practice of taking a so-called TAN or TRAN, whatever short term you want to use for it, really stands for a tax anticipation note. That's a cash flow device, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And there are many townships that do it every single year without exception.
Thank you very much, sir. I just wanted to clarify those things in, as I said, plain English, which works for me, and I think for a lot of people who maybe are listening to us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Any other council members have any questions or concerns? Okay, I'm seeing none. Okay. All right. So, great. Thank you very much, Gary, for taking part this evening and sharing us your second presentation. So yeah, you're good to go. Thank you so much. Next up, we have resolution 50-20. I never got a chance to hear from solicitors who wanted to do that reading. So whoever wants to, go for it.
So, whoops. I think I'm
Courtney,
still.
you're-
Sorry.
Thank you. Council President Wentz, for clarification, I have 50-20 and, excuse me, 51-21, excuse me, 20, gracious. And then I have 52-20. I'm sorry, can you clarify what?
50-20 is the resolution for Upper Darby Township adopting the 2021 budget, providing a finance plan of all township funds and activities for ensuring year.
Okay, my apologies. That's Sean's. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Sean. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay. So this, I'm sorry, Courtney, I thought the ordinance I had was the codification. That's what I was handling. I believe you had everything else. If I apologize.
No problem. Just give me one quick second.
Yeah. We can find it. Which resolution would you like read? Or I apologize.
Sorry, it's just the budget resolution.
Resolution 50-20.
Right.
Okay. Resolution 50-20. Okay, I'll read it.
Okay. Okay, I have it too, so it's up to you.
Okay. Whereas Section 906 of the Home Rule Charter requires that council shall pass a General Assembly of the budget and a notice providing the time and place where the copies of the message and budget is available for inspections by the public and time and place for hearings. Whereas Section 906A2 of the Home Rule Charter also requires that the council hold a budget hearing on the budget not less than 2 weeks after such publication. Whereas the township published a general summary of the budget for the fiscal year of 2021. Notice the public hearings would be held virtually to review on the budget on Wednesday, November 11th, and 2020, 5 minutes after the regularly scheduled 7 p.m. meeting, and at the beginning of the regularly scheduled 7 p.m. meeting on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020, as advertised on October 28th in the Delaware County Times. Whereas 906C of the Home Rule Charter requires the council adopt the budget on or last day of the current fiscal year. Whereas after 2 public hearings, the council desires to adopt the 2021 budget.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted us to, because we're having our first public hearing today after this meeting, I just wanted us to just discuss it. This resolution itself will not be voted on until December 9th, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of the resolution before we got into the hearings themselves. So any questions or concerns on this resolution by any council members? I'm seeing none. Okay, so Councilman, this will move on to the agenda for December 9th, 2020. So Councilman Silva, if you wanted to take over your Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Council President. I guess, do any members of the committee have any issues to be brought forward to the Finance and Appropriations Committee at this time?
No.
Okay.
Thank
And do any members of council have any further issues to be brought before Finance and Appropriations? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. The only thing I will like to express to the committee members is I will like to schedule a meeting for us to meet, pending Councilman Quinn's recovery. So I just want you to be aware that will be in the works. But aside from that, I believe that is all from Finance and Appropriations, Council President.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so next up we have Public Safety Committee, co-chairs Councilman Burke and Councilwoman Blackwell, members Councilman Silva and Tunis Jr. We have 2 resolutions. Solicitor Richardson, if you can give us a reading of Resolution 51-20, it's the removal of the parking meter. All members, please mute yourselves so that we don't have an echo.
Thank you, President Wentz. Whereas ordinance for Resolution 51-20, whereas ordinance 482 of the Township of Upper Darby, commonly known as the parking meter ordinance, provides for the installation, operation, maintenance, and regulation and control of the use of parking meters and imposes penalties for the violation thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that ordinance 482 be and the same is hereby amended and supplemented by the following: to remove parking meter 0986 that is situated at 3617 Garrett Road. So ends the reading.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions or concerns on this resolution? Councilman Burke, I see first.
The reason for the application?
The next resolution kind of answer that, or doesn't? Or is that?
No,
I'm kind of asking the same.
No,
Same
no.
ask the same question Brian's asking.
Councilman Tunis, thank you. That it actually does discuss the issue is that it's a removal of the parking meter to add a loading zone.
Okay,
So
that's what I was thinking. Okay.
Okay, Councilman Burke, Councilman Burke, did you have any other questions or? Is that Vice
No,
Chair?
I- the purpose of it, that's all. How many parking spots are on this strip? And let Councilman Wagner answer that, please.
Councilman Wagner, go ahead.
Thank you. This request really came from the plumbing company that's situated there, Walsh Plumbing. It's really a safety matter is what it boils down to. The way things are situated right now, it's necessary for them to carry plumbing supplies across Garrett Road every day as they're loading trucks. And that does get to be a safety issue because of traffic on Garrett Road. So they've asked for the parking meter to be removed and in its place, a loading zone for their purposes so they can load their trucks on the same side of the street. I understand that Sakella Coles from Parking Enforcement has reviewed this and is in favor of it. And I think the police department did too, Officer Ford. Thank you. Also expressed approval of it as well.
And is Ms. Coles here tonight? I thought she might be here.
I don't know that.
Dr. Coles? Dr. Coles, yes, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. The department heads aren't on the meeting tonight.
Okay. Okay.
President Wentz, that was the answer I was looking for, the safety issue. That's the reason for the application. That's what I was asking, not because we're moving to a loading zone, the reason for the application. Thank you.
Right. So thank you. Thank you, Councilman Wagner, for that clarification. All right. Are there any other questions or concerns on these two? Councilman Tunis, go ahead.
Yeah. So is this loading zone like timed? And I have two questions. Is parking meter 0986, which makes me believe that it may be one parking spot. So I guess my first question is there like, because I know on my side of town, it's some loading zones are like loading zones from 9 to 4, and then it's just like parking or meter parking after. I mean, if they're getting rid of the meter, that just becomes a loading zone all day. Guess is my question.
Right. So the way the resolutions are written is that it would be a loading zone all day versus a time loading zone window. So I guess that's another question of, does this plumbing company, are they loading trucks all day long, or is it in certain windows of time? And so Alexis has weighed in saying that it's an all-day loading zone because Walsh loads their trucks all day. So yes, it's a request for an all-day zone. And there are no houses right there. Councilman Burke?
It's just not a loading zone for Walsh Plumbing. You have Kelly's Trophy, you have a realtor there. You also have other 4 businesses there. So I don't know if we would call it a loading zone for Walsh Plumbing. It just would be that parking meter.
Right. It'd be a loading zone for any businesses on that block that needed that loading zone at any given point in time, but our resolution doesn't specify a loading zone for a specific, well, it does say to install the loading zone following location at 3617, which is, I guess, is the plumbing. So I'm not sure how that'll work. So, okay, Councilman Wagner, you wanted to weigh in on this discussion. I saw your hand again.
Only to say that I think was that the request came from them, from the Walsh Company, I believe. And again, I would point out respectfully that both our parking enforcement department and the police department both have looked at this and looked at the details of it, certainly a lot more than I have, I will say. And they both seem to be good with it.
Right.
Yes.
Councilwoman Billups.
Yeah, and I think the reason why it just says 3617 is because that's where the parking meter is.
Yeah.
Right. I can just assume that, right? So it doesn't matter since like you're saying, Councilman Wagner, it's just a request from them, but it's just that the parking meter is just parked there, so to speak. It's just
That's as far as I know. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Go ahead.
I only asked because like I was actually at Kelly's Trophies today. I only asked just for learning. So like if this happens where I am, I know how to operate and how it could work. So that's really it. I was just curious. More of a learning curve for me.
Great. Thank you. No, it's a learning curve for everyone. So it's all good. Councilman Burke.
Yeah, President Wentz, I believe it would have to have a time on it, because how could you stop anybody from parking there on a Saturday or whenever, just in case Kelly Trophies or the real estate or Walsh Plumbing had a, emergency to get into their building to get equipment. I mean, it's still got to be a ticketable offense somewhere, somehow, if there's not a time limit there. I believe all loading and zonings have time limits, and this resolution that we bring next week should have some kind of time limit to protect those businesses if they can't get into their buildings.
Right. You're saying to make sure that the loading zone sign has clarification. It's a loading zone, like for each person who parks there, used to utilize it as a loading zone, that they have a 30-minute window for the loading zone.
Correct.
So that someone doesn't park there illegally and they're not loading and unloading.
And that's not what this resolution says. That doesn't have a time limit.
Okay, well, we can look into that. We're not technically on that resolution yet, but we can look into making that request, that adjustment by the next meeting. Councilwoman or Councilman Silva, you had a question?
Yeah, actually I do. Isn't there already like kind of a time constraint too for metered parking? It's usually metered parking till 6 p.m. Is that correct there?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Right, but he's talking about the window of time that a vehicle can park there to get their truck or vehicle loaded or unloaded, versus how late into the night you're a loading zone, right?
Okay.
So the clarification, if the loading zone sign says, for 30 minutes of loading and unloading, so that someone doesn't just park there and act like it's a meter versus and not doing any loading or unloading during business hours.
Okay. All right. So like somebody doesn't use it as right. Okay. Yeah, that actually does make sense. Is that something we could amend after this resolution is passed?
Well, we're not passing it today. We're introducing it today. We're discussing it as part of the committee. So I'm just taking some notes on it to see, because we're going to vote on it next week. So we.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, so that makes sense then. That would be a good addition.
And then,
all right,
but
thank you.
The other concern was like after 6 o'clock, if the businesses aren't working, aren't up and running as loading and unloading after 6 o'clock, is there a desire to have it go back to a normal parking spot versus someone getting ticketed at 2 o'clock in the morning for parking in a loading zone?
Okay, I would think too that the commercial vehicles might be parked there overnight as well.
Right. That's
okay.
true. Okay. Great. Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. So we're cool to just to verify that we're cool to move the removal of or resolution 50-20 to move forward to the next meeting for the removal of the parking meter, right?
Correct.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. And then I know we've already kind of a little bit dissected 52-20, but Solicitor Richardson, can you give us a brief on this one? And you probably need to unmute yourself.
I am. Thank you. Thank you, President Wentz. Resolution 5220, whereas Ordinance 4449 of the Upper Darby Township prohibits parking of vehicles on certain highways and regulates the parking on certain highways and imposes penalties for the violation of thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that Ordinance 449 be and the same is hereby amended and supplemented by adding to section 15, therefore, the following: install a load/unload zone at the following location: 3617 Garrett Road. So ends the reading of the resolution.
Great. And in the earlier discussion, since we kind of talked about them at the same time, is to get clarification from Dr. Sakella Coles on as far as limiting the time window of which someone could be unloading and loading a truck during the, business hours or throughout the time frame. So so we'll definitely ask her about that. But so are you guys good with this resolution moving forward under that stipulation?
I am, President Wentz.
Okay.
Yes, me as well.
Okay. Okay. We'll do some inquiry. And then and we'll obviously discuss it at the next meeting as well. So, okay. Thank you. And then Councilman Burke, if you'd like to continue with your Public Safety Committee report.
Does anybody from the committee have anything to bring forward? Anybody from council have anything to bring forward?
Seeing none.
That concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Law and Government and Rules and Procedures Committee. Co-chairs Councilwoman Billups and Councilman Silva. Members are Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Sadiq. If we can have Solicitor Kilkenny give us a reading a summary of Ordinance 3082.
Be happy to give a summary of Ordinance 3082. First of all, I'd like to thank, before I go ahead and do so, this ordinance has been basically a year in the making. As you know, most municipalities codify every couple of years. Upper Darby had never codified, from what I understand, despite the requirement in the Home Rule Charter to go ahead and do so. Why is codification important? Alexis is a saint. She has all the ordinances and resolutions from 100 years of Upper Darby government. And when I asked to see if something has been passed before, I go ahead and email Alexis, and she has to essentially do the Dewey Decimal System, go through the card catalog and find what ordinances may or may not exist. This should solve that and makes it much, much more transparent for Upper Darby Council, Upper Darby residents, developers, anybody that wants to know about our laws, because it will be online now through general code. So codification is really nothing new. What it's doing is consolidating all our existing ordinances and putting them there in kind of one place for folks to go ahead and find. As you know, about a month ago, you voted to advertise this ordinance. This ordinance has been available for inspection at the township. And to my understanding, there's been no comments or inquiries about this. So I'm going to go ahead and obviously not go through all the gory details, but kind of read the main sections of this so people understand. But what this is a consolidation of all our existing Upper Darby ordinances from over 100 years and putting them in kind of one place that people can find them. There will be glitches. through time, we'll find out that things may contradict each other or not. We have worked with staff to try to limit that as much as possible. But it happens in Upper Darby, it happens in other places, and we'll amend them when those issues come up. So let me go ahead and go through a summary of that. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Ordinance 3082. An ordinance to approve, adopt, and enact an ordinance codification for the Township of Upper Darby, County of Delaware, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to provide for the repeal of certain legislation not included therein, to save from repeal certain other legislation not included therein, and to provide penalties and tampering with the code. Hold on a second. Okay. Section 1.1 talks about the approval and adoption of the code. Section 1.2 talks about the effect of the code on previous provisions. 1.3 talks about inconsistent legislation being repealed and goes through ordinances going back through 1906 to 1, 2, 3, let's see. 1906 to number 66, which was in 1996. So those ordinances conflicted or were out of date. This was reviewed by myself, by Mr. Alberts, by Mr. Rangione, and various members of staff. Legislation saved from repeal, matters not affected by repeal. It talks about any ordinance adopted subsequent to April 15, 2020. Talks about any kind of state law, any kind of ordinance annexing land to the township, any ordinance pertaining for requiring the construction or reconstruction of sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, any ordinance or part thereof providing for laying out, opening, altering, widening, relocating, straightening, establishing grade, improvement, exception of right-of-ways, anything related to public improvements. There's a portion of inclusion of new legislation prior to adoption of the code. Talks about how we deal with non-substantive changes, talks about various nomenclature changes, meaning a district justice or a magistrate is changed to magisterial district justice. There's an interpretation clause. There's the titles and hearings and editor's notes. There's the filing and copy of the code. There are amendments to the code. There is talk about publication of notices. And again, this is a consolidation of all of the existing laws and the various chapters of Upper Darby's existing laws. If anybody has a specific question or concern, this has already been advertised. And I would suggest if there is one, we just go ahead and, go ahead and amend something. But to my knowledge, in talking to the administration, there has been no questions or comments from the public or council related to the codification, which is required per our home rule charter. Councilor Wentz, you're on mute.
Thank you. It happens to all of us. Great. So at this point in time, we're going to have a public hearing on ordinance number 30-82. Ms. Dobbins, can you come back and give us any public comments you have on ordinance 3082? Speaking resolution, instead of ordinance.
Council President Wentz, there were no public comments submitted for this ordinance.
Okay, so seeing no public comments, then the public hearing is closed for ordinance 3082. At this point in time, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ordinance 3082, so that was.
I'd like to second that as well.
Okay. Silva. Great. Are there any questions or concerns from council on 3082, I see Councilman Wagner. Go ahead.
I've got just a simple question for Mr. Kilkenny, which I hope can sort of wrap this discussion up completely. By doing this and passing this ordinance, are we making any substantive change whatsoever to the laws of Upper Darby Township?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Bonnet.
Thank you, President Wentz. This is really, maybe Vince, you could answer this. When would we expect to have this up on E-Code 360 on the internet?
I don't know the exact timeline, but I believe E-Code has already started that process, and so it could go live very quickly after if and when we have approval and complete the process.
Right. And I'm not sure the entire council's acquainted with E-Code. Can you give us a quick rundown on the benefits of E-Code? The accessibility?
Yes. Sure, I can do it as well.
Okay,
for example, E-Code is it's a web-based system. You can go ahead and type in by state, county, municipality, essentially get the laws of many places throughout the country. It's a searchable database. So if you want to type in Upper Darby sidewalks and you want to learn about Upper Darby sidewalks, it'll talk about our specifications there, or side yard setbacks if you're looking at a zoning question whatsoever. I find it very accessible. When any of the townships I represent, almost all of them are on E-Code. So I actually don't have books anymore of ordinances. I go on E-Code and I look things up. That's actually how most municipalities, especially the size of Upper Darby, function these days.
Yeah, and thanks, Sean. I use it quite extensively as well in my business, and it's a very convenient way of getting information that is necessary, like access to building codes, particularly for various professionals, and zoning ordinances, et cetera, and all ordinances of a municipality. So it's a very functional and available and accessible opportunity for anyone.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other council members have any questions or concerns over this ordinance? Okay, I'm seeing none. Just to verify, I'm seeing none. Yes. Okay, great. So please turn your microphones on if they weren't already. And all those in favor of 3082, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say your name. Hearing none, and just want to make sure Lisa's with us.
I'm with you.
You're here. Okay, great. Because I know you might have to bail at some point. I just want to make sure you were all good. Okay.
I'm still here.
You rock, girl. Okay, great. So it's a 10-4 and 1 excused. So unanimous for everyone who's here. So thank you. Okay. So sorry, let me get back to my agenda here. Okay, great. So Councilwoman Billups, if you would like to continue your report for law and government.
Thank you, Council President Wentz. Anyone from the committee have anything to report?
No.
Anyone from council?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Billups.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that we had a meeting the other day discussing the rules of decorum with and I just felt like it's worth mentioning. I know when this committee established those rules, one of the principal things I wanted to make sure we did, and I feel like we did do at that time, was make sure it doesn't impede on anyone's right, either in the public forum or during these council meetings, to say have, any concerns or any issues brought forth before this body. And I feel like we did, we discussed it with Solicitor Richardson, and I just wanted to make sure that we were like kind of adhering to that standard. And I feel like we did, but I just wanted to say that, like it did, we did review it, and it is something that we gave some weight to. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone from council?
No. Seeing none.
Nope, that concludes my report.
Okay, great. So next up, we have Public Health and Environmental Affairs, Co-Chairs Silva and Tunis Jr., Council members Billups and Councilman Siddiq. Take it away, whichever one. Tunis? Go for it.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to reach out to Councilman Silva. I do think with a lot of things that's been happening, the current state, it would just be good if we met as a committee, especially towards the end of the year. We really don't have any ordinances or any resolutions that we have in our section, but does anyone from the committee have anything they would like to bring forward?
Yes, I do actually. Someone from Penn Environmental reached out to me this isn't really about legislation or anything that I believe we can do, because it's something, it sounds like the state Senate may be voting on tomorrow. But they asked that any elected officials reach out to be put on a letter against House Bill 1808. And that House bill is designed to redefine the recycling of plastics to include incineration, which I think, and which they feel as well, would be detrimental to the environment, and especially the communities that live near incineration plants. So I just wanted to encourage my fellow members to reach out to them. I'll be happy to give you any information about how to do that if you would like to be put on that letter.
Yeah, I would just suggest to email that to all council members, any information you have, and then if they can make that choice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so is there any other council members that have anything for the Public Health and Environmental Affairs Committee?
I
see Councilman Billups.
I do. Hi, thank you, Councilman Tunis. So a resident reached out to me, and I'm just gonna summarize what she said. Her name is Desiree Bruce. She lives in the 6700 block of Short Lane in Upper Darby. She says she lives there for 12 years. She's been having several safety and health issues in and around her home. Her property was broken into. Her car, kids have thrown rocks at her home and her vehicles. Her car was stolen, and she reported that to the superintendent and all of that, and packages in her under her porch. She's called the police several times. So one of the things that she was concerned about is that it's a park across the street from her house, and it's stray cats and other wild animals like raccoons that tear up our trash, and stray cats have kittens and spring on our properties. I did mention to her that we're going to be having a cat ordinance pretty soon. She said, I should feel safe in my home versus an easy target. I shouldn't have to move to feel safe. So one of the things that she was suggesting is having lighting and cameras installed on the light posts would help deter these problems. Maybe turning the park into a playground area, or putting a fence up so people can't just get in and out easily. I had brought these issues up with Jill Carey, service advisor to Margot Davidson office, and Councilwoman Michelle Billups, and would like to thank them in trying to address these ongoing issues.
Yeah, I've also met Ms. Bruce, and she did make those issues aware to myself. also. I think that's something we can bring to the drawing board and see what is, if there's anything that we as a committee can do. But I'm interested in also involving 6th District Councilman Sadiq and
Yeah.
Council Large Michelle, and then also with the committee and just seeing anything that the Public Health and Environmental Affairs Committee can do.
I did mention to her about, I reached out to her, I talked to her today about helping pause.
Upper Darby, helping
Helping
cause of Upper Darby.
Yeah, about the cats. And she said she's going to reach out to them. I'm not sure what we can do about the putting up a fence or anything like that, but I don't know. I mean, I guess we can talk more about it, about some lighting and
Yeah, I think it's just like on the committee to research and see like what legwork we can do, and then come there, because there's probably more constituents that's having this same issue. Short Lane is a unique part of Upper Darby. The way it's shaped, the things around it is very unique. So I'm sure she's not the only person having this issue.
Yeah.
Right. Also, just to clarify, across the street is the is Cobb's Creek Park, and there's
Fairmont
really
Park Commission.
only a guardrail signifying the separation between the road and the park itself. So wildlife has no idea that they're crossing out of a park and into the street and into the backyards of people's houses.
Right.
So I did go and check out that space. I do agree, lighting. She also did express, so I think her issue actually affects public safety as well as public health. It affects both those committees. Some of her concerns were also in reference to drug use in the park and prostitution as well. So I think there's a lot of issues there that we can, between the two committees, can discuss on ways to help solve, and working with our mayor and CAO on those solutions. So Sadiq, I realize this is all in your area. I know you've reported, and dumping was another thing she mentioned, and I know you've talked about dumping at council meetings on that road as well in the past.
Yes. And also the short lane is very short, only few houses over there. And people have to understand that the Fairmont Park is next to their doorstep. So many things is going over there. And people from Philadelphia, they coming to that area, dumping all this stuff. And also animals and cats and coming from the jungle, from the park. So it is, I think we should, if we can add it, Fairmont Park Commission, talk with us. So it will be helpful for us.
Yeah.
But the Fairmont Park Commission, when I talk with, I never can reach with them. Always message, never they call back. If the township, our mayor or CEO call, and they may give the answer or maybe talk with them. But for me as a councilman, they don't care. They don't call anything.
Yeah.
Is across the guardrail then, is that is the end of the property line for the Upper Darby Township, or is part of that park in Upper Darby Township?
No, that is a part of Upper Darby and the Fairmont.
So I'm sorry, I might be able to help here with a couple of these things. First of all, the administration would be very happy to help council and the various committees address all of these issues. So just let us know what you need. In terms of the Philadelphia Department of Parks and Recreation and the Fairmount Park Commission, the mayor has actually already had really good success in scheduling a meeting with the Director of Parks and Recreation and the Chief of Staff. So we've established an open line of communication with Philadelphia Parks and Rec. So hopefully we can help in the future, Councilman Sadiq, with communications with them on issues like that. And the property line issue is kind of interesting. Some of that land is in Upper Darby Township, but all of that land is owned by Philadelphia Parks and Recreation. So the township line is midway through Cobb's Creek itself. So the land on this side of the creek is in Upper Darby Township, but again, it's all owned by Philadelphia Parks and Recreation if that makes sense.
So any improvements on that property would have to go through or be approved by that commission. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Benz, there's any way we can talk them, or we can talk with the state or higher elected official, then we can have that Fairmount Park Commission. So many problem will be solved if they can give it to us, that piece of land.
Well, absolutely. That was one of the reasons that the mayor felt it was important to open the dialogue with them, because their park system is under a lot of strain financially, especially with COVID, but has been for decades. And that piece of Cobb's Creek Park would be much more valuable and much better tended to by us than by them. You know, we're in the very early stages of those conversations. I certainly wouldn't want to promise anything about where they might go, but that's part of the concept for sure.
Sure, thank you. Keep in mind. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, I have some other thing for public safety. Michelle, Hafiz.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the resident in my district is very old man. He go twice for dialysis and all this thing, and he had a kidney failure. So many disease he has it. He is almost over 70-year-old. Barely he can move. And they came to me to get a handicap parking spot. But that man don't have a driving license, he don't have any car, but his son does have it. And I did tell them that handicap spot only will be reserved for only the person who owns the vehicle and he is handicapped. However, they asked me to talk with your official if there's any way they can get help. I said, okay, I don't have that problem. Tonight is the meeting. I'm going to talk with them. So that is, they are appealing to us. If there's any way we as a township can help them, that old man, he have to go twice for dialysis. They're looking for a spot in front of their house to reserve it.
Yeah, Councilman Sadiq, they can go through their state rep's office via PennDOT. They don't have the person that owns the vehicle doesn't have to be handicapped to get the spot. Essentially, the way it works, if they're looking for a placard, that's just for them to park. But if they want to get their license plate, they can pay $11 fee to PennDOT via their state rep's office, and then they can reach out to you to reach out to Alexis to get the sign up. I've dealt with this, so if you want me to, if you and I, we can work together on this.
Sure, I'm gonna work.
That would be
with
lovely. Alexis is really helpful when it comes to things like this. She's helped me in the past, so this is something that we can get done for this constituent.
Sure, thank you so much. I'll contact with you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else have anything for Councilman, for the public health? And Councilman Wagner.
Thank you. Just briefly, a resident contacted me with a perhaps slightly unusual concern, but I thought I would pass it on to your committee and see if you could look into it. He said that in his particular neighborhood, he lives on Myrtlewood, there's a great deal of outside burning that goes on, and it becomes a serious problem to the point where he feels that it becomes difficult to breathe. Says he's called the police and the fire department, and they have responded, but unless he's able to pinpoint the actual source of it, there's not much of anything that they can do. What he's really talking about is people having fire pits primarily on their property, either front or backyard, wood burning fire pits, which do create a lot of smoke. So other than encouraging people to use propane instead of wood, which doesn't create smoke, I don't know if there's any real solution to it, but from other experiences, I sympathize with them and think that it can be a real problem if smoke from a neighboring property is pouring into your windows. So maybe your committee could consider it. Perhaps we're in need of an ordinance about it. So I'm passing it on.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councilman Wagner. I don't know if he's comfortable either going through you or forwarding any contact. that would be helpful. And I would love to add that to the agenda to our next committee meeting for us to look into.
I can give you his contact information. I will.
Great, awesome. All right, please continue, Councilman Tunis.
That's all I really had. Were there any more questions? Any?
Check with all your other.
Oh, I'm sorry. All members of the committee, do they have any more questions? Are you satisfied? Okay. Any members of council?
Yep,
All right. Thank you, President Wentz.
Great, thank you. Great. So next up, we have planning, zoning, and building code committee. Co-chairs Councilman Gwynn and Phillips, council members Tunis Jr. and Bonnet. Councilwoman Phillips, take it away.
Sure. Thank you, Council President Wentz. Anyone from the committee has anything to report? Anyone from council?
Hi, Michelle. Is this for municipal services?
No, this is for zoning.
I'm sorry, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
So I just want to clarify that the committee did meet last Thursday with the Drexeline development team, and the presentation that we saw this evening was given to the committee last week. So just wanted to acknowledge that. So, but I'm seeing nothing new from it.
Seeing none, that's it. That's concludes my report. Thank you.
Great. Now it's Municipal Services, Licensing and Public Works Committee, co-chairs Councilman Burke and Sadiq, and council members Tunis Jr. and Councilman Wagner. Go ahead, Councilman Burke.
Does anybody from the committee have anything to bring forward? Anybody from council?
I'm sorry, I do. So I spoke before about a resolution with or they're trying to come up with something about putting like something in the permit process for like what happens to refuse from demolition and stuff like that. I'm wondering if you're planning any meetings or anything. I was going to try to like put some things on paper about what that would look like, and if we could meet, I would love to have an opportunity to kind of like present that to the committee.
Sure, Matt. Set up a meeting.
Okay.
And
all right.
Yeah, Mr. Burke, I was talking about the sewer lateral. That's the township is not basically making nothing. So UNO certificate, township charge $100. So we make the ordinance and the rule of the township that sewer lateral must be presented before homeowners to sell their house. So in that case, I was talking about if there is any fee could be added, so township could be benefited. Otherwise, the sewer company who give the camera inspection, they're making the money. So what's the township getting the benefit out of it?
Well, we're protecting the new homeowner on the sewer lateral, I believe. The fee is for the plumbing inspector or the camera inspector charging $300 to $425 to say that that lateral is operable and is working, and he's ultimately responsible to say that lateral is good in good faith to the new homeowner. So it's just an ordinance like any other ordinance that we're not making money on.
Or maybe the camera inspection, they should pay some kind of fee to the township. All I want to say, if there's any benefit for the township.
Mayor, did you want to weigh in?
I would just say, Sadiq, that's part of more like a long-term, we'll see a long-term benefit as more and more faulty laterals are repaired. There'll be less infiltration from rain, and we get charged for that. All of us get charged for that. That's part of our sewer fee, because everything that runs out of a house in down the lateral into the main, it gets metered, it gets calculated, and that's how the different sewer authorities figure out how much to charge us, and we base our sewer fees on that. So if there's less broken laterals, there'll be less rainwater getting in, snow melt and whatnot, and it's a long-term thing. In the short term, it's not. We don't gain anything financially, but in the long term, we will.
Okay, we'll think about it in future. No problem. Yeah,
Okay.
I just think about it and put it in.
Oh yeah, it's not on the line. It's not part of the revenue of our budget. There's no thing. But yeah, it's good. But
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I see Councilman Bonnet.
Thank you, President Wentz. Isn't it fair to assume that the service provider, the camera operator, is really a licensed contractor and is paying a fee for that license in the township already?
Absolutely. And they're also paying business privilege tax for money that they earn in the township.
Right. So the township,
yes, that's correct.
Is being duly compensated for that. And I don't think it was ever intended that we make money on this ordinance.
Right. In fact, most fees are supposed to cover the cost of administering the inspection, right? We're really not even allowed to make money on the fee itself. But as you say, the initial licensing and the business privilege tax, those are revenue generators for the
Great,
town.
thanks.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
So, anybody else from council? Seeing none? That concludes the report. Matt, I'll get in touch with you.
Great. But next up, we have Leisure Services, co-chairs, Councilwoman Faralia and Councilman Silva, council members, Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Eunice Jr. Councilwoman Faralia, take it away. If you're here. I'm not seeing Councilwoman Faralia.
I guess I could conduct that portion if you like.
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. So do any members of the Leisure Services Committee have anything to bring forward for the agenda? Do any members of council?
Councilman Siddiq?
Yeah, sometime I saw 69th Street Playground. All the floodlights are on, but there's no activities there. So I think somebody can care about it, so you don't have to spend electric bill for nothing. If you can make a note, please.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely look into it and talk to the electrical department and public works. I think we have done a lot of light replacement and lowered some of the wattages to save money. I think the sort of counterbalanced interest there is if we shut
like
off
a safety element,
right, and it becomes a completely dark area, it creates a potentially dangerous environment. So there are safety concerns with turning off the lights, but I'm happy to talk to Public Works and the police department about it and look into it a little bit further.
Sure. Question on that, is it all or nothing? Is it all the lights?
Yeah, all the lights, yeah, all the lights on.
No. My question is, are the lights or anything controlled separately? Is it possible for safety purposes to have one bank of lights on versus all the banks of lights on?
Right. Well, that's the kind of question that I'll ask them for sure, Council President. Yeah, I think that's the right kind of question.
Okay, great. Okay, cool. Okay, anybody else?
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, Are there any other, and does council have any other issues to be brought before Leisure Services Committee at this time? All right, seeing none, hearing none, thank you, Council President.
Great, thank you. The Events Planning Committee co-chairs are Councilwoman Billups and Blackwell, and the members are got missed on mine somehow. Are
Councilman
Tunis and Silva, right?
Yeah.
So, thank you.
So, anyone from the committee have anything to report?
Job fair.
So yeah, the job fair, ladies and gents. Do you guys want to report on the progress of that?
Yes, we've moved the date to December 12th at this time, just because that works better for a lot of people's schedules. We're working ahead on it. Currently, Councilwoman Blackwell, actually, I think you were making some headway with a couple different groups, and I know CareerLink's interested, and I've talked to a couple other potential employers that might be interested as well. So, hopefully it's our first virtual job fair, so hopefully it'll be exciting.
What it going to be?
December 12th.
December 12th.
Where?
Oh, it's virtual. So
No virtual going to be. No.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, like it's a virtual world. Everything's everywhere. So.
So
and nowhere.
From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
And it's a Saturday too, but we thought that would be better for
Yeah.
people that, you know what I mean, might be trying to make like a lateral change or something. So.
Great.
Anyone from council?
Okay, seeing none.
That's our report.
Great. Next up, solicitors. Do we have a report?
As you can see, our office has been very, very busy, both helping with the codification, helping with Drexeline, helping with the various ordinances we have related to the debt financing, as well as offering voluminous right-to-know requests and general updates such as progress on St. Eugene's and other projects the administration and council are working on. If council has any specific queries about what my office is doing, be happy to entertain them.
Great, thank you. Sorry, my quick disappearance. Okay, so next up we have old business. Any council members have any old business? Okay, I'm seeing none.
Laura?
Yes?
Council
Am I?
President?
Yes.
I just want to say that we did a cleaning throughout the Upper Darby, and it went very well. I mean, if everyone could, the little pieces of paper, someone has to pick that up. The chewing gum paper, the candy wrappers, these little items that the trash people can't pick up. If you can just pick it up behind yourself or walk out maybe 50 yards and just pick up that trash, picking up the little pieces of trash really makes Upper Darby make a difference in as far as keeping us clean.
Right, so there was a township-wide cleanup at a bunch of different schools and so forth in the area.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, my tablet is dying. I'm trying to get my charger up and running so I don't lose us again. Okay. Okay, so that's it for old business. Anything for new business? Councilman Siddiq, did you have new business, or Tunis, sorry, Councilman Tunis?
Yeah, so this Saturday, November 14th, I will be holding my first flag football tournament. It's called the Cranberry Bowl. It's going to be located at Beverly Hills Middle School. Due to COVID-19 and the COVID plan, I submitted to the district. Space is extremely limited. I have a few spots left. My big concern is I want to reach out to a lot of the youth in the Drexel Hill, Westbrook Park section. I'm going to email all council members with the link that they could sign up. I really want to try to bring the township together. A lot of these young people weren't able to play sports. Some of the parents didn't want them to play contact sports. So I figured flag football, which is a real minimal contact, would be great for the township. So it's Saturday, November 14th. Check-in starts at 9:30 a.m. It's kickoffs from 10 to 1. I'm going to make sure I forward that information to all members on council.
Great, thank you.
Did you say football or soccer?
Wait, one second. Football, and I know in our home countries we say football for soccer. American football, as I say to my parents. American football.
A little bit confused. American.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry about that.
So you want to be physically over there?
To
support you.
You know, if you have time or if you know any youth, I'm really more. I would love to have you there, but I'm really more concerned about the youth that got their seasons taken away this fall, and I want to give them an opportunity to just take away from COVID for one day, couple hours, have fun. Just there's some prizes. Shout out to Kelly's Trophies. They made us some really good trophies to give to some of these young people. So yeah, it should be an exciting day. I just want to get more kids out as much as possible.
Thank you. I'm going to stop by there.
Great, thank you very much for hosting that. Any other new business?
I was asking, I don't know if a new business, old business, or some question maybe. I was looking for COVID testing, and anybody can update what's going with Upper Darby since the case is rising.
I believe the county provides testing. You can also look on, you know, on the internet for testing in our area. That's what I've been doing. So
okay.
Councilman Wagner or Barnett? Wagner, did you have something?
I did, just very briefly. I heard this today, this very day. There is now a near instantaneous test facility at both the King of Prussia Mall and the Cherry Hill Mall, both a bit of a trip, but I had described to me today that you can drive into these facilities, get tested, and have a result in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
I've had those tests for work purposes. So yes, you can. There are tests out there that you can get a 15-minute result. It's good to know that there are two such spaces, locations in our area.
There are more. A lot of the urgent care facilities carry those. I know that the Med Express in Brookhaven and the Vibe, the Havertown Vibe and the Folsom Vibe. Yeah, I have to get tested a lot for work as well. But they both have those tests. I think the Med Express, it's covered through your insurance if you have insurance. The Vibe ones, I think it's like a cost of $75 no matter what. So, but yeah, if that helps anybody.
And so does the CVS have drive-through, but they're kind of iffy because you have to get there kind of early. So, and they have it too. They have the Express also. And they're by appointments if you want the Express.
Right.
Yeah, I also believe the county has a database where you can type in your address and it can show you like the list of people within like 5 miles close to you, the list of places where you can get COVID tests. It doesn't specify whether it's free or not though, but I do know that's available online.
Great.
Yeah, people is looking for the free one.
Right. Is there any other new business? Councilman Barnett?
Thank you, President Wentz. I have not had an opportunity yet this year to be present at a zoning hearing meeting. Only because there have been no zoning issues in my district. I do have one coming up, however, this month. But my point here is that I understand that the way they run their Zoom meetings, they allow live participation by the audience. You know, particularly because they have to take testimony, or they allow testimony. I would like us to consider changing our format for the public forum to a similar or like concept where people do not have to email in, but can actually participate live during the course of the meeting, during the public forum section.
So we have talked about that and what it would take to do that. The reality is, in order for them to do that, they have to register by the day before the meeting in order to be scheduled in to have that public comment part. Our problem is that by noon of the day before the meeting is when our agenda and all of the ordinances and resolutions are going onto the website, which means that our residents don't have time to check out those ordinances and resolutions in time enough to be able to also register to have public comment. So that is part of the reason why we are not a live public comment. We're send in your email question between 12 p.m. the day before and either 7 o'clock for the normal public comment, or if it's a public hearing for the ordinances, or like the budget hearing meeting that's taking place after this meeting, they have throughout until the end of the public hearing itself to send in a question.
Why couldn't we allow them to get whatever is necessary up to the day of the meeting, perhaps so many hours before the meeting?
Because someone has to monitor it, as well as sending out the information for them to log in order to have that public comment. So that's part of the reason, you know, we're getting things last minute, and we're struggling to get the agenda, resolution, and ordinances on the website in the timely fashion required by the Home Rule Charter as it is. But then to adding that public comment factor on top of it is a little bit daunting at this point in time. Unlike when we do meet in person, the public has from, say, 6:30 that evening to 6:55 that evening to sign in to have their public comment. So we've elongated that to from noon on the Tuesday before the council meeting till 7 o'clock of the council meeting for the public comments to come in, either written or to call them in, so that they can be accumulated into a Word document so that Ms. Dobbins can read them to us during the council meeting and so forth. So I know that it's not the ideal situation, but it's the best situation we have at this point in time.
It just seems to me that the current methodology that we're using through emails is actually a more difficult process to prosecute than it is than would be just allowing people, assigning them whatever access they need to have to get into the meeting up to the few hours before. Even if we have to add staff to do that, or assign staff rather to do that, I think it would be a better way to serve our constituency to allow them to have that opportunity, particularly when we have public hearings. Because I think with public hearings, I don't think we're doing justice to our community by not allowing them to appear live with comments about whatever is being heard.
Well, I mean, if you look at past experience in council chambers, in many situations, there wasn't anyone there to have public comment, or there were very few people there. The way that we've been doing it thus far, since we had to go virtual, more residents have had their voices heard through the email process or the call-in process, with that larger window of time to be able to send in their comments, versus a half hour or 25-minute window to sign in before an in-person meeting.
But we're
Can
not, we're
can we
not
try-
in person. We're not in person.
I
And
understand
think-
we're not in person. We have broadened the window for people to write, to send us their questions and concerns. We can look into it more, but it's it's really discussion for in the council on the administrative side of the feasibility of it, because for every person who requests to be involved in the zoning meeting has to get a link directly sent to them. So they have to provide a proper email. They have to, and then a person has to send that out to them. And it's more work for the people who have. So it's something that we can look into, but at this point in time, we are remaining in the email process that we have, but we will look into the feasibility of that for the future.
Well, I request that we do, please, and that we get a report back on it. And I think we should pull out all the stops to try to find a way to do that.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna have one last motion to adjourn this meeting. And then 5 minutes later, we will start the public hearing for the 2021 budget. So just wanted to clarify what we're doing. So you're gonna have 5 minutes to step away and then you have to come back, okay? So can we get a motion to adjourn the committee meeting?
So moved.
So moved.
So I heard
Seconded.
Wagner and Sadiq. All those in favor? of
Aye.
adjourn- Aye.
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 Opposed? Say your name, and I believe Councilwoman Farrelly is out. Okay, great. So we are adjourned at 11:07.